stakeholders and experts in conservation can bring together their views and ideas on interventions that can help us better protect and restore lion populations, and also propose a feasible way forward for the recovery of these populations. So for today's dialogue, the objectives are as follows. We hope to enrich the draft strategic action plan for the large carnivore conservation in Uganda, which has been developed and updated through a consultative process, but we believe that this presents an opportunity for you, the stakeholders, to further give input into this document. Secondly, we hope to enrich the draft population recovery and conservation program, which is being spearheaded by Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center. You will get to know the details as we go on with this dialogue. And third, we hope to use this as an opportunity for large carnivore or lion conservation experts and conservation practitioners to share their experiences, case studies, and lessons learned from elsewhere. We also hope to provide an opportunity for the stakeholders to appreciate what the key issues are in lion conservation in Uganda, including the challenges and also the kind of investment that we need. We also hope through this dialogue to come up with a roadmap for further engagement with key stakeholders in terms of lion population recovery and conservation in Uganda. So these are the objectives for which we are holding this dialogue, and we believe that together we can create viable populations of lions in Uganda, and through the utilization of these resources, these lion populations, through tourism, we can contribute to sustainable development of our country. Thank you.
Let's give him another big round. Thank you for that background. So the lion population is declining since 2000, and it has gone extinct in some of the protected areas. And we are here to put our heads together to listen to the strategic plan of conserving the big carnivores in the country, and also hear what UEC is proposing in terms of population recovery that it has designed to implement. So thank you so much. And now, I think, Mr. Baruku, since you are the acting commissioner, I will again invite you to come and invite our permanent secretary to officially open. You don't mind? Okay, so then let's put our hands together to welcome our permanent secretary, the Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, to come and open our dialogue. Thank you, Doreen.
A very good morning to you all. I don't know if it's possible for us to confirm that the people online are following. Have you confirmed? Sometimes we proceed and the people online are not with us. But I'll just go ahead and start. First and foremost, let me bring apologies from my minister, The minister was supposed to be here in person to open this dialogue, but this is a very, very hectic time for the ministry. I don't know if it's because of the end of the financial year, but we have several activities going on. So as I speak, the minister is leading a team to meet our committee in Parliament. There is another team that is discussing the tourism policy review going on at the museum. So our director, most of our commissioners are there. So I am here representing most of them. I would also like you to know that in our midst we have a very important person who is His Royal Majesty Ndahura II Kashagama, who is the cultural leader of the Busongora Kingdom. And we want to thank his Prime Minister, Mr. James Bakaine, for inviting him. These are very important people, especially when we are discussing matters like these. So you are most welcome, Your Majesty. Now, all of you, the conservation institutions and partners, the staff of the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, our ministry agencies, our distinguished participants. We haven't been able to introduce ourselves because we are quite a number, but I see quite a number of you. Representatives of the media, all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this important meeting in which we shall discuss lion conservation in Uganda. Before I even go into the speech, because this was prepared for the minister, I just wanted to tell you a very small story. It's not a story really, but an incident. Last week, we were appearing before the budget committees. I'm sure you saw. The budget committee had camped in Munyonyo, and the different ministries and agencies would appear. So as we were discussing with them, this issue of the decline of lion populations came up. And I was very intrigued by the different responses from the members of parliament. Some of them were very supportive of our efforts, but some of them were saying, one of them actually, the chairperson said, "Why do you want to increase the numbers of lions? Those monsters feed on us. So you want them to finish us?" I found that very interesting coming from members of parliament, but it just goes a long way to show that sometimes we assume a lot of things that people know, and maybe they don't. So sensitization and awareness is also part of what we need to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to first of all applaud the Wildlife Conservation Society, WCS. Mr. Nampindo is here, or Dr. Nampindo, for having partnered with the ministry to organize this important meeting. So please join me to thank WCS and her donors for supporting this good cause. The club. Thank you. Distinguished participants, Uganda is home to unique biodiversity. I don't know if I should go through these percentages. I know most of you know them better than I do. But so with over 53% of the world's remaining population of mountain gorillas, we have 11% of the world's recorded species of birds, and out of these 50% of Africa's bird species richness, 7.8% of the global mammal diversity, 39% of Africa's mammal richness, 19% of Africa's amphibian species, and 14% of Africa's reptile species richness. 1,249 recorded species of butterflies and 600 species of fish. So that is the kind of richness of biodiversity that we talk about. Now, these species are maintained inside a network of protected areas covering about 10% of the country's total land surface. These include 10 national parks, 12 wildlife reserves, 10 wildlife sanctuaries, and 5 community wildlife areas. Now, the country, like Joad had already said, the country has recorded a general increase in wildlife population. And I am not going to read all the numbers, but for instance, we know that the mountain gorilla has increased from about 400 in 2015 to an estimated 500 individuals by 2020. We have seen a big increase in the number of elephants, buffaloes, giraffes, chimpanzees. Chimpanzees may be not so big an increase, but in zebras and many other species, elands, waterbacks, Uganda cobs, and so on and so forth. However, we are all aware that the lion population has overall been decreasing, not only in Uganda, but also other selected range states. For instance, it is estimated that there has been a population reduction by approximately 43% over the past 21 years, which has not spared Uganda. Currently, the lion population in Uganda is isolated. I think this has already been mentioned, to only 3 of the 10 national parks, and that is Kidepo Valley National Park, Queen Elizabeth National Park, and Murchison Falls National Park. An assessment in 2008-2009 around these 3 main conservation areas estimated 144 lions in Queen Elizabeth, 132 in Kidepo, and 132 in Murchison Falls, respectively. The lion population in Uganda was estimated at 493 as of 2010. Now, as of 2022, the lion population in Uganda was estimated at 300 individuals in all the 3 protected areas of Queen Elizabeth, Murchison, and Kidepo. The considerable population decline is attributed to several factors, which some of them have been mentioned, but killing, retaliatory killing, indiscriminate killing by the local communities, road accidents, habitat loss, disease, and many others, which I'm sure this dialogue will talk about. Sometimes we hear stories that are exaggerated, but even when they are exaggerated, we need to take very keen interest in what is being told. I know recently there was a story, I think, that was told to His Excellency the President, and he raised it in cabinet, that he was told that there is only 1 mountain climbing lion left in Ishasha. So I don't know where that came from, but that shows you that there's a lot of alarm around the country, and many people are concerned. So even His Excellency the President, I think, has raised these issues. I think he wants also to have a dialogue with us to discuss how best we can recover these lion populations. So as some of you might be aware, Uganda hosted the first lion range state meeting in 2016 here in Entebbe. And in April 2023, Uganda hosted the CITES Big Cats meeting, as well as the CITES CMS African Carnivores Initiative meeting. These meetings generated a number of resolutions and decisions regarding lion and large carnivore conservation. Hosting of these important meetings is a testament to our commitment as a government to conservation of these carnivores. So, ladies and gentlemen, conservation of lions and other wildlife species is not a choice, but it's a constitutional commitment and obligation. The Constitution of Uganda mandates the state to protect natural resources, including wildlife, for and on behalf of the people of Uganda. To achieve this obligation, government has put in place the requisite policies, legal and institutional frameworks to promote sustainable management and conservation of wildlife resources, including the carnivores. Government has in the recent past strengthened the legal regime to address the challenges of wildlife crime, including poaching and illegal trade. We have revised the Uganda Wildlife Act. We have the Uganda Wildlife Act of 2019 and introduced stringent penalties for wildlife criminals, including payment of heavy fines and imprisonment. We have further developed and implemented a national strategy to combat poaching, illegal wildlife trade, and trafficking. We are beginning to witness some positive impacts. Government has also established a national anti-wildlife crime coordination task force comprising representatives from different enforcement institutions. I don't know if the members are here. We have also created a special utilities, standards, and wildlife court to specifically handle offenses related to wildlife and environmental crimes. These initiatives have helped us to register some success with regard to fighting poaching and illegal wildlife trade and wildlife products. We have already reviewed and updated the strategic action plan for large carnivore conservation, which was from 2010 to 2020, to guide efforts in conservation of species like lions. Perhaps we might need a species-specific action plan for lions in the short and medium term. Now, you are here, you have all the experts and stakeholders in the room and online. I'm sure you will discuss, you will share experiences, you'll identify gaps and the challenges, and you'll be able to generate appropriate recommendations aimed at halting the observed population decline and how to recover them. It is therefore my sincere hope that this dialogue will exhaustively discuss the lion conservation status, identify gaps, share best management practices, potential collaboration opportunities, threats, and also recommend different conservation strategies. On behalf of the ministry, I would like to say that the government of Uganda will continue to collaboratively work with the stakeholders and all partners to conserve the lion and other wildlife species. We will continue to develop our human resource and institutional capacity to strengthen law enforcement, to mitigate human and wildlife conflicts, to undertake applied research, and promote education and awareness, as well as share benefits that accrue from wildlife with the communities neighboring conservation areas. I would like to thank you for your kind attention and to wish you fruitful deliberations. It is now my honor and pleasure to declare this dialogue on lion population recovery and conservation officially open. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wow, another big round of applause for our permanent secretary, Madam Doreen Katsime. I think our agenda is clearly cut, and I think everyone is aware, we're on the same page in terms of how we need to move forward. And already, some things that are being alluded to in terms of cross-cutting sensitization program involving even the legislations. And we've seen that as a country, Uganda is doing very well. The wildlife population is increasing, but unfortunately, it's the opposite for lions. They are decreasing. And there is increasing interest in wildlife management. And that is good, but at the same time, a challenge because it creates rooms for false information, for rumors that can be hyped and cause problems in terms of how the programs and systems work to conserve the wildlife. And she has emphasized the importance of government's commitment, not as a way of just conservation, but it's also a constitutional mandate. And as a ministry, they have got what it takes to do this constitutional mandate. They have put in place legislative and policy instruments. They have improved the efficiency and effectiveness of the practices and management. And they have not only stopped on that, they have also gone to the judiciary and ensured that the legislation is tight in order to make sure that the wildlife and protected areas are done effectively. But because of the challenge that we're having, she really emphasized the need for us to give inputs into what they have on the table and maybe look at the lion-specific action plans so that we can reverse this trend of lions. So I will try my level best to make sure that we have enough time for people who are both here and online so they can contribute, because if you look at the objectives that Mr. Baruku brought up, we'd like to hear from the outsiders. We'd like to hear from the stakeholders. And that's very key. And we have got only one day, so I'm going to really request that people who will be called to present should be mindful of time and should be mindful of the need to hear from those people who are outside. And on that note, permit me to invite Dr. Simon Nampindo to give us a global perspective of conserving lions. Thanks, Simon.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, and good morning to everyone. Thanks for honoring this invitation. All protocol observed. I hope somebody is projecting my presentation. As they do that, let me grab this, use this opportunity. Wildlife Conservation Society is a very old conservation organization founded in 1895 as New York Zoological Society. We are headquartered in New York and we operate in slightly over 60 countries globally. In Uganda specifically, we started working here in 1957 and purely doing the research. Using that research, working with the governments to make sure that we improve the protection of our current protected areas. Moving back now that the presentation is projected, let me start off by giving you a sort of a bigger picture, and then I'll end with the Ugandan case in terms of showing you some of the trends in some of the sites, and luckily some of this information has already been shared, and there will be another presentation that will dig in on the studies that have been done around the lands. We all know that lions do not occur in isolation. They coexist with other species, what we're showing here is the status of African mammal populations since the 1970s to around 2005. And this is based on a study that was done in 2010 by Craig and others. So you can clearly see that it's not just the lands that have been experiencing this decline. There are other large mammal species that have been declining. And if you went specific into the geographies of the African continent, you can see that the East Africa or West Africa or West Africa and Eastern Africa, the trend has been really in the south, going downwards. And it's only in the southern countries that we see some increase in lion populations by, as we shall see in the next slide. International Union for Conservation and Nature normally guides the process to list species based on the threat levels. And those threat levels include species that are critically endangered, those that are endangered, those that are vulnerable. There are those that are purely data deficient because nobody is searching. But for the lands, they are at a global level, they are categorized as vulnerable. And you can again see, I hope the slides moved. I have to keep saying move, please. I'm trying to, whoever is manning my slides, please, can you move the slides? We have people online, they need to follow my story. Next slide, please. Technology. Yes, thank you very much. The lands are categorized as vulnerable at a global level. In Uganda, when we did the species red listing, lands were categorized as critically endangered in Uganda. That means that we have to do more to recover the lions. The map on your, that's going to be, I think, your left, shows the lion range, and you can see that the brownish area, that's basically where lions are resident, the brown, deep brown polygons, and then the light brown polygons, that's where they're possibly extinct. And again, you can see that table clearly showing you that the lion population in the wild has been declining. East Africa, we are almost at 60% decline. The story is not any different in West Africa and Central Africa. It's only Southern Africa that presents a ray of hope in terms of the positive increase by about 8%. That clearly gives you a picture that the lion populations are really in a serious trouble here. And if you look at the 1990s, where there were lots of global interventions, including the conservation of biological diversity, the Convention on Migratory Species, the CMS, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna, the CITES. You can still see that with all those efforts, global efforts, still the populations of lions keep going down. So then that raises a very fundamental question: what aren't we doing right? And I think today we should be able to interrogate that question: what aren't we doing right? And what is being done right in the southern part of the continent that is actually catalyzing these species to increase in numbers. And again, those maps just show you the geographical spread or distribution of where the lions do occur, and in all those sites, the lion populations are not doing well. So what was the story in the 1800s? If we, again, step back, you can clearly see that we had a higher population of lions, almost reaching to 1.2 million individuals. But then things started going wrong in the 1900s, and even it got worse around the 2000s. So now we are talking about maybe an estimated population of about 20,000 individuals left out in the wild. Globally, there are initiatives to monitor the lion populations at selected sites where there is actual presence of expertise and also resources to do this. I'm glad that some of the donors that support this kind of work are participating in this meeting online, like Dr. Peter Lindsay. Thank you for logging in. He manages the Lion Recovery Fund. So you can clearly see that we have 47 monitored lion subpopulations as of 1993 to 2014. And again, the story is the same and similar to what I've just presented in the previous slides, that with the exception of Asia, where we see a bit of an increase in lion populations, and the Southern Africa, where we see a huge jump in the populations, still what is clear is that even those sites that are monitored, as you'll see in the next slide, the populations are still very low. Most of them are, less than 100 individuals at a site. It's only a few sites that have slightly more than 2,000 individuals, as we will see. And again, you can see Niassa in Mozambique showing a huge increase in the lion populations, and this is really attributed to intensive management, increased protection of some of those areas, and making sure that there is really on-site presence to protect those individuals. Of course, lions can reproduce quickly if they are well protected, most of the deaths are attributable to human-induced causes as opposed to the natural fatalities or mortalities. It's also true that the calves die early, nearly we lose, estimated about 50%, never make it to their first birthday, but that cannot really hinder the population to stabilize or increase if you have the right sex ratios and you have the right numbers that are viable for that population to thrive. This is just digging in a bit more to give you the same sort of overview of these strains, explaining really in real terms for specific regions what the wild populations in unfenced areas of Central, East and West Africa have been performing, and this is based on those 23 sites that we monitor. The situation has been quite precarious and worrisome, demanding a lot of action. The same, are the slides, I have to keep, move the slides please. I think I'm ahead of the technology guy. I've explained that graph. Sorry, I have my computer here. I must apologize that I'm looking at my own computer. I knew there will be issues with this technology, but I've explained that the other graph. That, can you move back a bit? Yeah, that's the table that I was explaining, where I was showing the changes in the population for the 47 monitored sites, and only Asia, Southern Africa, and Niassa, where we saw a huge increase in the populations. For the lands that are not fenced, call it in the wild, again, it's only South Africa that's been doing quite well. Still, they could do more because some of these places, I would imagine, have more carrying capacity than what they are holding right now. What about the lands in the managed or fenced areas? And again, here we look at 16. Can you move, please? Somebody is sleeping on the job. Please keep moving. Follow me. Follow my eyes. All right? Can you move? Move the slides, please. Move. Yes, right there. The population of lands in fenced sanctuaries, and again, this has been monitored in 16 sites, of which some of those sites are in Kenya, Namibia, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. Again, you can see clearly that the population in fenced areas have been increasing steadily. And that's very clear because you have intensive management in these areas. You put in a lot of effort to exclude any human, threats like poaching or, harvesting lands for body parts. So that's very important. But also you manage the habitat because you have a very well-defined and articulated objective for managing that area. And then you, of course, attract resources when people come to see some of these lands. So what are the drivers of the decline in land population? I think Jawad and the PS have already alluded to these facts, that indiscriminate killing is one of those major causes of land loss. The habitat loss itself, again, total conversion of some of these areas, but also the degradation, which makes those areas less suitable for lands. Because people continue to hunt for bushmeat, again, that reduces the prey base, or call it the food for the lands, and that's one thing. And as a result of that, animals get stressed because they have to move long distances in search of prey, but also as the prides become smaller, they may not be able to put down large-bodied animals, right, like the buffaloes. So that means that they are reduced to either small ungulates, which may not also, which are also targeted by the poachers. So you can clearly see the nexus between poaching and also the land decline. And then there's been an emerging issue around the trade in land bones and other body parts for traditional purposes. There are people who really believe strongly that some of these land parts are a source of power, a source of wealth, and so many other things, so they completely take them out. So the map that you're looking at on your left shows actually the populations of lands at each of the sites. The red polygons show areas with less than 50 individuals, and as you graduate along the color scheme all the way down to blue, the blue polygons, those are the areas that have lands that are over 2,000 individuals. And you can see East Africa, Uganda is well represented as one of those countries that still have a single site with about 2,000 individuals. West Africa is in the red zone, and so are some of the northern parts of Africa, which are in light yellow zone. So what's the story as I conclude? What's the story for WCS monitored sites? So we work in Nigeria, particularly the Yankari Game Reserve, and again the graphs show you the decline in land population from 2006 all the way to 2014. Similar to Makshan Falls National Park in Uganda, but Alex and Tim will be speaking more, and Agra, I think, will be speaking more to the most recent surveys of lands in Makshan and Queen Elizabeth National Park. Queen Elizabeth National Park is not any different. And people might ask, why aren't you showing us Kidepo? We don't intensively work in Kidepo as WCS, but we know that the story is not any different. In Niassa, that's in Mozambique, is where I showed that actually we've registered an increase because there is really a lot of investment put into this area. And it's also relatively a large protected reserve of slightly over 40,000 square kilometers. The PS talked about Queen Elizabeth Shasha sector. Indeed, there are stories about how many lands we have there. As WCS, we monitor these lands together with the Uganda Carnivore Program, Dr. Ludwig Seifert, who is here in the room, and the Uganda Wildlife Authority. So because we have collars, it's also easy for people to just see the collared individuals as opposed to the other individuals that may occur. But again, this is not showing on your, it's not showing, sorry, there's a graph which is not really showing, but I included a graph where we show that in 2006, we had about 36, 37 individuals, and Mustafa Nsubuga is right here in the room. He was part of this data collection. And that population kept on going down until 2002, when we recorded about 14 individuals in that site. Today, we can account for what we see, that there might be about 8 to 9 individuals, with lots of males coming in from Virunga National Park, in Queen Elizabeth National Park, and then going back. So we have a shared landscape. That is something that you should take note. So my conclusion is that indeed this is an opportunity for us to shape the narrative and also define where we want to go with the recovery of lands. And I want to appeal to the members and participants in this room that it's not about pinpointing, but we are here really to unlock ideas. Give us positive criticism, constructive criticism to the government, and give us solutions as well so that we can shape our story better. Thank you so much.
I'll be giving marks for people who overshoot, and they can get a yellow card or red card. So I think feel free. How would I be able to know the people who are online? I need, if somebody wants to say something or wants clarity, feel free to interrupt as long as it is not going to take a long time. But, you know, from a global perspective, Simon has ably told us that although the wildlife is generally decreasing because of the human population, but for lions, it's a special case. They are critically threatened. And although there has been a lot of efforts to try and conserve lions, they continue to decline. And the question that he raises is, what are we not doing right? And maybe another question that comes up is, what should we do? And that's the gist of this dialogue, that's the gist of these consultations. And he has shown us the different monitoring centers that are being done at a continental level. And the good news, which we can borrow a leaf from, is the South African range states seem to be making some good progress. But the West Africa and East Africa, we are not doing very well. But some of the things that he pointed out is that there is the question of fenced areas, areas that are exclusively and intensively managed as one of the factors for success in the southern range states. And then the need to manage habitats, to make sure that the habitats are very, very conducive, and there is need to do a lot of investment. So coupled with what the PS has said, the commitment of government, and the need to make sure that we conserve these lions, and aware that we have got a problem in terms of the population of lions, I'm now moving forward to invite the presentation from Uganda Wildlife Authority as the authority that is responsible for managing wildlife, to give us more specifics, more details in terms of what is being done to make sure that the lions or the big carnivores are being conserved. And after that, we'll now go into the specifics of the lion conservation support from the Uganda Wildlife Education Center. Augre, you are most welcome. Give him a hand as he comes here. I'm glad you are going to be controlling your own slides.
No, actually, that's my first compliment, my friend. Take a note. Yeah. Thank you very much, facilitator. And I greet all of you in the name of conservation of wildlife in Uganda. I'm called Agure Beseva. My work here is to present to you the draft conservation action plan for large carnivores in Uganda. So remove from your mind the issue of lions. Now I'm talking about the carnivores in generally, as I'm going to say it. Next slide. Hey. So, okay. Before I really go into the business of the action plan, I just want to take you through what is Uganda Wildlife Authority. Some of you could be having it, hearing it for the first time, and including those online, because here most of you are here in Uganda. You could be very familiar, but Uganda Wildlife Authority is a semi-autonomous institution which was created by the Act of Parliament, and its work is really to manage wildlife in Uganda. We have 10 national parks, 12 wildlife reserves, 13 wildlife sanctuaries, and 5 wildlife community areas. Next. That is the mission, the vision, the mission, and the strategic goal of Uganda Wildlife Authority. We have the vision, the mission for us to know where we want to go or where we are going and how. Next. Besides the mission, the vision, mission, and the strategic goal, we also have strategic programs. Because we found it is very important. You need to know what kind of strategic programs you need to implement for you to achieve your long-term vision or goals. So we have ecosystem management. We have been talking of the habitat. That falls under the ecosystem management. Wildlife resource protection, lions, hyenas, among others, carnivores, are part of the wildlife resources we have in Uganda that needs protection. Community conservation. If you remember what you saw in our mission, we do it together with the communities and the global community, the local communities and the global community for the benefit of all the stakeholders. So here, we found that it is very, very important to really have a strategic program focusing on working with the local communities in management of this wildlife. Then research and monitoring, this is also another important strategic program which informs us on what we are doing, whether it is successful or not, what we are having. These figures that have been projected here, we get to know them under that program. Then capacity development, of course, we have staff who need training, who need equipment, all those. Then tourism and business management. That is on a positive note because wildlife, it is under tourism that it shows how much economical benefits are there within the wildlife resources. Then corporate governance. Next slide. Here, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide because Simon has talked about it, the PS has talked about it, then Baru. But this is just a snapshot of what we have in terms of the rhino populations in Uganda. Next slide. That one presents the population trends in different protected areas. But here you will see that when it comes to leopard, we have only one. I'm presenting not a trend, just results from one census, meaning that a lot needs to be done. We have been managing leopards, yes, but we have not been really doing countrywide survey to know where we stand in terms of the stock. Next slide. This talks about hyenas. We do have hyenas, but where? And how many in terms of the population estimates? So this slide is about what we have in terms of hyenas based on that census, the census results in Maction Falls, Kidepo, Queen Elizabeth, Lake Mburo, Pianaupe, and Torres Emrik. Next slide. We also have cheetahs and hunting dogs. So some of you who might have been in doubt, yes, we do still have cheetahs, and we have really, during the countrywide census, we managed to get some sightings of the cheetahs and then hunting dogs. We don't have the population estimates. These were just few encounters, and they are mainly in Kidepo and Pianaupe. Next slide. Those are the positive signs in Kidepo of what we saw in terms of the cheetahs. Next slide. What are the key threats? They have said all, but I want to emphasize the last one, where you see I've marked red. Because you can lose what you are managing if you don't do research, you don't monitor it, and you don't work. So, as we discuss here, we need to think about how to fill the data gaps. You know, the area you get to know what is happening around you, the area you think of the intervention you need to do. So I've projected the occurrence or the population estimates of hyenas, leopards, and cheetahs, but this we don't have a lot. Even for the lions, actually since 2013, this is the first nationwide lion census. So can you imagine, from 2013 to 2022, we didn't know. We have been depending on the rumors, say, hey, lions are finished, but by how many? Then we say, we still have them because we saw them. But now, you see, because of science, because of research and monitoring, we are able. This is why I'm standing in front of you and say, these are the estimates. And I'm using, by the way, mark that word, the estimates, because estimates can give you a plus or minus. So the figures which you are seeing there, they are not obsolete, so that in Queen, but they can give you an indication of the trend, whether it is growing or declining. Next slide. These are some here. This is now where my business comes in. I want to share with you the draft action plan we have to manage those carnivore, large carnivore species. I'm using the word large carnivores because we didn't go into all the carnivores. I know there are some other species, so don't ask me that, hey, how about the mongoose? No. For this action plan, that we are paying much attention. The focus is on the large carnivores in Uganda. And those are the examples of what I'm talking about in the action plan. Next slide. You know, I'm going slowly, and that's why I'm insisting on the next slide. We have people online, and even you may not have had an opportunity to look at the draft. So I would be unfair if I just go very fast and you miss really what I'm talking about. This slide is talk about why do we need to have an action plan? Yes, we had the one before from 2010 to 2020. Do we really need another one? How did it perform? The performance of the other one is what we have presented in terms of the population estimates. You have seen the trend in terms of the coverage. So now, this is actually a review, the general review, overall review of the one which expired in 2020. So we are saying the carnivores are very critical. This time we are talking about carnivores, not elephants, not gorillas. We are saying we also have carnivores, which are also part of the ecosystem, which if we miss them, even the elephants might start going. Simon has talked a lot about the science, the ecology. Then, I've already said the previous carnivore action plan expired, so we need to have a new one, which can help us to effectively manage the carnivore species we are having in Uganda, because you can see something must be done. But what is it that we should do? And here, as you can see, we need to think about what is causing a decline. I liked the slide of South Africa, and I want to understand, because here, the results we are seeing, these are for the populations in the wild. Those ones from South Africa. Does it combine both? The ex situ and in situ? Because we need to understand what they did for their populations to go up, and whereas the rest of Africa, the population is going down. And that's why I'm pointing out, is it ex situ or in situ? But work is going to tell us what is happening on ex situ. Next slide. This is a snapshot of the process we went through to have the draft we are having so far. It was a rigorous process. It was not UWA sitting alone. We had a lot of consultations. We even had a workshop where we got your views. Some of you were present and you gave ideas, which I'm going to present in terms of the strategic actions we think should be done. So the picture here really shows, those pictures shows some of the participants in the workshop. And I also want to emphasize that Uganda is not doing it on its own. We follow international guidelines. That's why I have put the last bullet about what IUCN recommended. We looked at it for us to match with other range states. Next slide. So, now, based on the conservation status of the large carnivores in Uganda, we developed an action plan which has a vision where we developed a vision for the action plan 2022 to 2033, then the goal, objectives, strategies, and actions to mitigate the threats. We also went ahead and looked at roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders. You are here. I am going to share with you what so far we think you should be playing. You will see where you fall, and if we have misplaced you, you will tell us. Then the opportunities for large conservation in Uganda. Next slide. That's the vision so far, which I'm presenting to you to improve. Let me use the word improve because I don't want you to downgrade it. To improve, we are saying by 2033, Uganda's carnivore numbers have increased with viable populations in all their natural habitats in Uganda. Here there are two things. We are looking at increase the numbers, and where they have increased, we must have viable populations. You know, viable population has a number of things which makes it viable. It's not only numbers. If you have only males, for example, you may not achieve what you want. You need a balanced age structure, sex ratio, all those. You need a suitable habitat. Simon talked about declining prey. If you have where the number is increasing, is it because the habitat is good? So it looks at all those. Then we also we crafted a goal. We are saying by 2033, large carnivore populations increased, or will have increased by 30% compared to the 2022. So our 2022 baseline is our baseline. That's where we are starting from. You have seen the figures in each area, including Rekimboro and Torosemrich, where we have 0 now. We want by that time to see the carnivores there, the lions there, including these other areas which we have not talked about. Next slide. We have 6 strategic objectives. This one I will take time to read through, because if you have wrong objectives, you will have wrong actions or strategic interventions. So one is to decrease poaching rates of large carnivores and carnivore prey base inside protected area by 50%. We are saying now let us start with inside protected. We are aware we do have carnivores, like around the Kimboro, the leopards are there. But we say, for us to see that we have succeeded, they say charity begins at home. Let us assist, show that we have done something inside our protected areas and the population has increased by 50%. Increase carnivore species population numbers by 30% in a decade and maintain their viable population, to arrest and reverse the current decline of the quality and the extent of large carnivore habitat. Some people may not understand when we say the large carnivore habitat has been degraded. has been fragmented. You might say, lions, people think habitat is mainly about talking about plants. Yes, but these animals don't eat plants. They eat animals, the what we call prey. So if the prey are absent in the system, then you will have no lions definitely. Looking at the trophical levels, the level where they are. And hence human carnivore coexistence by reducing the conflicts. Here it's very, very amazing. If you go to Queen Elizabeth, this is a very big challenge. We have fishing villages there. We have people, these are meant to be sanctuaries, but they are not managed as sanctuary because the human population is high, the domestic animals are there. Now, the lions are also, because these fishing villages are inside the park, so the lions are also there. So the domestic animals end up being part of the lion prey, lion food. They become part of the food chain for the lions, including people, by the way. Ludwig will be telling us more stories about that. So we say, how? And I need some ideas from you. Number 5, to increase education and awareness. I will not talk much, even the PS has said it. Some people, the MPs saying, let them go. That is lack of awareness. To promote and strengthen and support evidence-based policy here, without research and monitoring, you are not making informed, what we call informed management strategies, informed actions, informed decisions. So based on the objectives, what are the strategic actions? Next. Now, here I've entered into a stage of presenting to you the key actions, outputs, including time frame, and then the actors and the resources. The resources, we have not, this is just indicative. We say, at least we need this, but I know if we are to do it all, we might need more than what the figures you might see there. So now, on this objective, strategic objective 1, that is our target. Next. I have a cocktail of the sub-actions against this major action, and then the outputs, the time frame, and then the actors, and the budget. So I'm going to share with you this slide when we enter into discussions, because if I'm to read each and everything, I might finish the whole morning. Next slide. That is the second action, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. I'm giving you 3 minutes. Just pick this one, but we are going to avail this presentation. Next slide. Number 2, we have seen that the populations are decreasing. So number 2 is all about to stabilize and increase in carnivore numbers by 30% by the end of this, by the expiry of this action plan. Now, the target is to increase the carnivore species in Uganda protected areas by 30%. I'm not only talking about lion, I'm talking about, if you saw the slide which I presented, really all carnivores are not doing well wherever they occur. And this is the action plan for large carnivores in Uganda. So, this is that is our target, and this target may involve, mark my words, it may involve targeted and researched translocations. It is not a question of saying, I need a lion, let me go to South Africa and bring it here in Uganda, and then, because they have many, no. You need to understand what you are bringing. Is it going to survive? Is it going to help me achieve my objectives? Then we need to address the issues of poaching, habitat degradation, because you cannot talk of increasing population when the habitat has issues, when the poaching is still abundant. You are actually talking of providing more lions for poaching. Something must be done. Then in Queen, for example, large population of calves die during the first year, often by infanticide, which Baruch talked about here. What is the sexual ratio in Queen? If you are having 30 males and 2 females, do you keep quiet and you hope with time that you need to? Now that's where science comes in, and that's why you need, more especially, those who are not from Uganda, those who are from other countries, what has happened there to address this problem? What has it been done? Then we have talked of the habitat. In Uganda, the biggest challenge I'm seeing as far as the habitat quality is concerned is invasive species. If you don't manage invasive species, you know you'll never get a grassland. Queen Elizabeth will never go back to grassland park, to Savannah Park, to be woodland. Is that a suitable habitat for Uganda cobs, which are very good place for lions or leopards? So that target is really, and that's why we are going to get the next presentation, because we said much as we have not finished the action plan, we need to do something now, immediately. So that's what the work will talk about. Next slide. Here is just an example of what came out of the consultations. They say, yes, you need to look at the genetic diversity. Are we having one family? Maybe. It's a brother and a sister producing, and because of that one, even in human beings, you are not supposed to marry your sister, not because she cannot produce with you, but with time, you might fail to produce. The generation might fail to produce. So it applies to animals also. Next slide. This is number 3, and objective number 3 is, the target is to restore, secure new areas for large carnivore conservation. How are we going to secure them? Actually, within Queen Elizabeth National Park, if you are going to do an assessment, habitat suitability assessment, to know which areas of Queen Elizabeth are suitable for our carnivores, you'd find there are a lot of gaps. So we can do some improvement. I've talked, for example, about the invasive species. To reduce habitat destruction through alternative livelihoods in large carnivores area. Here, I don't need to talk much. The human population increase is a driver. And that driver causes a lot of threats. You go to the fishing villages, you find there are domestic animals, there are gardens, there are what? So the coexistence becomes very difficult. Number C, this one I've already talked about. D, to mitigate the impacts of climate change. This is a very big issue. I'm not going to talk much. We all know it. Number E, to identify the impacts of human development and initiate mitigation measures. We have oil exploration. Does it really promote conservation of our large carnivores, or it has an effect? So any development activity should really be done carefully. We need to do EIA and understand what negative impacts it is going to come with, and then they are mitigated. Number 4, target number 4. Next. Okay, this is again a slide which is showing us what we intend to do, right from actions through outputs, the time frame, the actor, and the budget for target number 3. Next. You go to number 4. You are confused. Okay, this is number 4, which is talking about sensitization and awareness raising. Again here, we identified the actions and then sub-actions, outputs, the time frame, the actors, and the budget. As I said, I'm not going to read through everything because it will take time. Next slide. Number 5, here, it has a number of, under the target, we have a number of sub-targets. 1, to increase the numbers of people supporting conservation. 2, enhance ex situ conservation of large carnivores for public education awareness. What do I mean? Because ex situ is different from in situ. And we are saying if we have, besides the UWEC here, if we have some satellite zoos, where these carnivores can be seen, people will understand what the lion is without necessarily traveling a very long distance. They will understand, appreciate, and then by the time they go to the wild, they really know what to find there. And increase public awareness about conservation, enhance community involvement, underlining the word of communities. We are having a very big problem, a very big challenge when it comes to the conflict between lions or carnivores and human beings, because they eat them. And once they eat them, they find it is very easy to hunt a human being, by the way, than chasing a Uganda cob. Then bullet E, I borrowed it. We need money. All this can't happen without money. And it is not going to come from what we internally generate. We need additional funding from the government, additional funding from the donors, private sector. So this has to be a consortium of players in resource mobilization. Next. Here again, these are just detailed actions and the time frames under that strategic objective. Next, you go to number 6. Strategic objective, yes. This is the last strategic objective, which is talking about promote, strengthen, and support evidence-based and decision-making process of large. Here I'm calling upon investment into research and monitoring. Simon is telling you that those which are cored in Ishasha, we know them, and if we lose any lion, we know it because we are doing monitoring. So I've talked much about this. Next slide. So these are the detailed actions which we think can be done for us to achieve or to do that. Next slide. Yeah, continue. It is the same. We put a lot of work. This one, you look at that slide. I don't know if you are reading it. See where you fit. If you think I've misplaced you, I've missed you, you will tell me that, this one is a case. Because we have tried to do an analysis of some key stakeholders and see how they connect. The middle part is actually the center. Carnivores conservation. So the arrows shows and the orange boxes show what you do and who are you. Then, so that's a very, very important slide, which I think is going to help us to understand that you have not only come here to listen, you have come here to tell us what you can do, and then we follow it up with you. Next. Oh, you have enlarged it, so I think now people can read it. That's just a flow chart of different stakeholders. We have the Ministry for Policy, we have communities, you see what they can do. We have local government, we have NGOs, we have private sector, we have tourists. So we tried to really understand who are our stakeholders and where do they fit in? So when we are coming to you, we know. Once you confirm this, we know, okay, we agreed. This is what we need from you. Next slide. Now, for what I've presented so far, we acknowledge the support we have got from these teams. We have not been working alone as Uganda Wildlife Authority. We have worked with a number of experts. We have worked with a number of stakeholders. We really appreciate their contribution. Next. And nothing goes without money. Even as we speak now, we are paying for this room, thanks to WCS. So, to reach this far of this draft action plan, we had a number of supporters who financially supported the process. And these are some of them. Next. Thank you very much. Yes.
Let's give him a big hand clap to thank him. I hope the people online are still there. We are now going to go for a short break. But let me just summarize what Agre pointed out in terms of his presentation. Of course, he told us about the role of UWA. And the thing that I'd like us to really pay attention is emphasizing the importance of research. He says we need to make sure that we can do research and we manage wildlife using data from research. And he presented the strategic plan with 6 objectives. It's very detailed. And he concluded on the point of saying, look, stakeholders, you're not just stakeholders, but you're active stakeholders, and is inviting every one of us to really participate in the conservation of the big carnivores, including lions, in Uganda. Now, unfortunately, we didn't have time to introduce ourselves, but permit me at this time to recognize one prominent person in our midst. As the permanent secretary indicated, there is systems and procedures of ensuring that the management of wildlife is effective. So they put in place what is called the judge for wildlife in activities and standards court. So it's a special court. And amidst us, we have Justice Lady Gladys Kamasanyo. If you could stand up and we'll recognize you. Thank you so much, Justice. So on that note, I'd like us to, according to the program, we're supposed to have a group photo. So I hope the cameramen are ready. But let's be mindful of time because we have people online and it is difficult to keep online. So we want to make sure we take about 10 minutes. Is 10 too little or too much? Yeah? Yes, because after the photo, we are supposed to pick our teas and then come back instead of sitting outside. Okay? Okay, thank you so much. Let's be guided where we're going to take the photo, Mr. Baruch. And then from there, the tea is ready outside. Serve yourself and we come back. People online, please take a 10, 12 minutes break and we'll resume after that time. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are having the group photo from the front here.
Welcome back from the tea break. It is some minutes past 11. And you're welcome to yet another session. Those who are outside, kindly join us because we have started. And I will need some help in terms of people who are online, because we'd like to have a short plenary in terms of what has been said since the permanent secretary opened our workshop up to the time when Agri presented this strategic plan for carnivores. The plenary is going to be, because I would like us to have a deeper discussion. So this one should be able to raise some key pertinent issues that you really feel have not been covered. So in other words, do you really feel that so far where we are, have we captured all the issues? Or do we have some gaps that we may need to look over our shoulder so that we can have them written? We have got our good rapporteur here, Madame Agrippina Namara, and then we will present these in the main plenary when we get our resource people who will come over here, and each one addressing a certain area, so that we can be able to interact with them rather than them talking to us, but raising the issues that have been identified. Are we together? Mr. Baruku, how will I know the people online? I don't have... Will they put up their hands? And then you will make a telephone call to me? Okay. Thank you, Simon. Okay, thank you. So I have online, those who are online, just put up your hands. I muted the volume, so there is no echo. Okay. So for you, you can just stay there. Okay. Okay, so let's get going. The people who are online and the people who are inside here, we have had the presentation from the PS. You opened the dialogue. And we also had a presentation from the Commissioner of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, giving us the objectives. We also had a presentation from WCS, Dr. Nampindo, giving us a global eye view of the lions, especially in Africa, and seeing how things are moving. And then Mr. Roeswa has just finished giving us a summarized but well-crafted strategic plan for the big carnivores. So from the presentation, are we happy? Or are there some things that we really think should have been raised but they didn't come? Or do you seek some clarification in terms of what was raised so that we can respond to that lack of clarity? Yeah? You can put your hand up. Yes, Professor Lusoke. Somebody with a mic should be running around.
Yes, thank you so much, moderator. My name is Professor Lusoke Tadeo, the Executive Director, Wildlife Clubs of Uganda. I wanted to make it simple for Dr. Arthur because sometimes it's not easy to be the first to put up the hand. But what I can comment is that we all appreciate the fact that the problem has been laid before us, which is the declining number of lions actually in Uganda and across Africa. And I would like to appreciate Dr. Simon Nampindo for organizing this important dialogue Now that the problem has been understood, and at least out of what has been presented by both Dr. Simon and Mr. Weseba, there is a success story which we can benchmark on, and that is the increasing lion population in Southern Africa. So I will not make a concrete submission now before hearing from UWEC, because I believe what has been done by the Wildlife Conservation Society and what is being done by the Uganda Wildlife Authority presents the exact scenario of the lion population, conservation, and status in situ. So maybe after hearing from Mr. David Msingo on the ex situ, which we can also refer to as more or less a closed population model, then we can delve into the gist of the issue, like as in terms of the way forward. But I would like to appreciate that each one of us knows the problem at hand, and we need to come out with a solution today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, people online are asking, is there a way they can raise their hands? Yes, I'm having a screen in front of me. If you put your hand up, I'll be able to see you, and I'll give you an opportunity to talk. Thank you so much, Tadeo. And I'm looking for gaps that you think are missing. I'm looking for comments that need clarity. Yes, someone there. Just say your names and your institution and put your question. Just take very short time so that we can have as many people as possible.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Francis Ruhinirwa from Uganda Life Conservation Education Center. I want to appreciate WCS and UWA for the presentations. Mine is about the strategic plan, the Large Carnivore Conservation Action Plan. In that action plan, under Objective 5, they're talking about awareness, and that is where they have lumped the ex situ conservation. My plea is that we should have a deliberate strategic objective on ex situ conservation of the large carnivores. We cannot underscore the importance of zoos, the importances of these ex situ facilities in conservation, education, and tourism. So that is my humble submission for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being brave. I think the point is we don't need to lump all these things. Awareness and conservation education should be clearly teased out in the strategic plan. Another hand, if it is Edith.
Thank you so much. Of course, I appreciate the conveners of this meeting, Simon, WCS, and the ministry. It couldn't have happened, of course, without you. We appreciate. I'm seeking clarification from Dr. Nampindo regarding the data you presented on the trends, especially where you're monitoring, where you said the lion populations are increasing in South Africa. Of course, there's no doubt they are increasing, but does that increase include the lions that are intensively bred in captivity for extraction of bones, for interactive entertainment, and all sorts of such human use? I just need that clarification.
Okay, she's seeking clarification from Dr. Nampindo about the intensive captured breeding in relation to the raising population that we have seen, the success story from South Africa. I don't see anyone online. I'm going to take two more and then we close this so that we go into another session. Okay, sorry, I don't know your name. And then there is the lady. Start with the lady, she's near you. Then you'll be next. People online, please.
Thank you so much for organizing this event. I have just one question. Considering the...
Names and institution.
Sorry, I am called Oweka Jennifer. I work with Total Energies.
Good.
And my concern is, considering the previous strategic plan, I expected to hear what were the lessons learned and what are we doing differently, which didn't come out so well. Did the previous one work well? What are we doing differently in the new strategic action plan for the large carnivores? Thank you.
Thank you. Then the gentleman here.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Dr. Kasule Timothy. I'm a research officer from NARO. I've looked at the strategic plan and specifically about ex situ conservation, and what we are talking about is conserving only live animals.
Can you see him?
But at NARO we have developed technologies. Can I proceed?
Please.
Yeah, at NARO we have developed technologies of being able to preserve germplasm by means of semen and embryos, and we think such a technology would be very good to apply to lion conservation, where we can explore means of producing embryos from lions and other carnivores and be able to store as many as possible when they are cryopreserved, so that in case we have a challenge of declining populations or even the loss of diversity of these organisms, we can just wake up these embryos and we restore the genetic diversity. So I think it would be something good to explore in terms of research and building capacity, and then later we can actualize it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Paul, the gentleman from NARO, is jumping the guns in the presentation of UEC. So I think you hold on to that until UEC comes on board. I think we should be able to have those interventions. But thank you so much. Online, I'm told Paul Foston would like to say something. Paul, you have the floor. You can unmute your mic and then talk. I think you'll be heard.
I'm just actually trying to find out a little technical question, how to raise a hand. I don't see it on my screen. I won't delay the proceedings any further. Maybe somebody technical could just advise me on how we as folks online, how to raise a hand to ask a question, etc. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, that was your concern? Okay, thank you so much. Can somebody hope to make sure the people online can raise their hands so we can see them? Thanks, Paul. Peter, make sure that you can help those people online. Thank you for the brevity, Paul, to raise this issue. I'll give you some chances so that if there are people online can come, but in the meantime, as we wait for people to sort out the technology, let me pick another, and then, or we can have responses. Simon, what do you want to address the concern from Edith?
Thanks, moderator. The beauty is that I have one of the WCS staff who worked for Zano Parks, Dr. Lutando Ziba. Dr. Lutando, can you respond to that question? You can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Sure.
My name is Lutando Ziba. I used to work for South African National Parks, not Zana.
Yes, sorry.
So I wanted to clarify that the number of lions that Simon presented represent wild populations from Southern Africa, and including lions in countries like Namibia, Botswana, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and so on. In South Africa alone, there are about 3,200 to 3,500 wild lions. And these are populations that are not intensively managed facilities. And these lions make up about 8,000 lions in South Africa, and they are never included in the statistics on wild lions. I think it is quite pleasing to note that South Africa has actually issued now a directive which was approved by the South African Parliament to end captive breeding of lions, and hopefully over time we will see the phasing out of these captive bred lions. And there is an expert panel looking at options for doing that. And perhaps later on I can reflect on some of the reasons or drivers behind that course of action in South Africa. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that clarity. And can we get a response from Mr. Resiva? You talked about 2 editions of the strategic plan, and Jennifer wants to know what lessons did you learn from your first edition? The man with the mic.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I have 2. There is one from you're called who? You're yes. From Francis. It's actually an important point. And you see, there was a gap in our results. Even the lions which we have in Exitu are part of the lion population in Uganda, so we need to include it. And secondly, is talking about a specific strategic objectives for Exitu conservation. This is why we are here. Thanks. We are going to see how to include it there. Unfortunately, very soon we shall be one family. Then number 2, on the lessons learned, we learned a lot of lessons, but I'm just going to highlight one thing. One, I've told you that the last countrywide census of large carnivores was in 2010. And now we have done another one in 2022. And we have seen what we have. And we have been motivated to do another one because we found that the other one expired. So really, this action plan helped us to understand how to manage the carnivores following a document like an action plan which has a lot of programs to do. It also helped us to understand who are we working with. This is why actually this dialogue, UWA ministry has not paid any single coin. We have worked with partners. When I presented the action plan, the list of the funders, they are mainly stakeholders. So we have seen that if we are to do something, we need to work together. And we only saw it through having developed an action plan, trying to implement it. You know, making it and securing all these resources is not easy. So I must say, we also learned that we never implemented more than 50% of that action plan. That's a very, very big lesson which we learned. And we see as a result, much as we had it, the lions continued, the carnivores population continued declining. That's a big lesson. So this one, we should really develop it and fully implement it. Thank you.
Good. I think let's leave it at that, being aware of the time. And please make sure you make your clear notes in terms of the points you'd like to make sure that they are discussed. Because we are going to have one more presentation, and then we'll go into, on the program it's called Panel Discussions by Lion Conservation Experts. I'd like to rename them resource persons, because they have got technical information that we don't know as stakeholders. So we'd like to be asking them questions, relevant questions, to make sure that we learn from them, and then they can convince us in terms of what they are trying to do, and they can also listen to our ideas. So on that note, I'd like to invite UWEC to give us their program, which they are going to present as action, not action plan. It's a proposed lion population recovery and conservation program. Thank you so much, Dr. Rachel.
Yeah. Yes. Good morning. I'm Dr. Mbabazi Rachel. I work as the manager of the Animal and Horticulture Department at Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center. I want to thank everyone that is here and for our concern about the lion population going down. We are in this together and we are in conservation. So we are all trying to find solutions of what can be done to help the lions and all the other wildlife in Uganda. And as Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center, we have a proposal for lion recovery and conservation education. And we recognize everyone here that has played a part. Though the population is going down, everyone has played a part. WCS, Dr. Sifat, all the other partners, Uganda Wildlife Authority, and it's not just a one-man show or something like that, but we all have a part to play, and that's why we're here, to see how we're not experts, but how you can enrich on what we are proposing, if it's feasible or not, but we want to find a solution. We don't want to realize after some years or a few years down the road that we've lost our lion population in Uganda. I think most of these things have been mentioned. If you go to the next slide, it was mainly about introducing the lion and its importance in the ecology and social and economic values. But I won't repeat most of those things. The colleagues before have mentioned that. Next slide. Continue. Yeah, just to give a background, of course, why we're here. It is, we know, as some of us as conservationists, the role that the lions play, but for us out there, if you're in tourism, you know how important everyone who comes here wants to see lions. So when I go to a national park, I want to see the lions in the wild, because most of them are babies. I've gotten a chance to see them in zoos out there, so they come here and want to see a lion out there in the wild, and at the end of it all, they get disappointed. I had visitors recently. We went to Queen Elizabeth, and they saw everything. They were excited, but at the end of it all, just because they didn't see a lion, they were a bit disappointed, because that's one of the reasons they had come to see. Continue. The threats have been mentioned, and the history of the decline of the population, where it has been. Please continue. Yeah, just a genesis of where we came up with this. As some of you have been told, through sometimes in cabinet meetings and what, some people tell the president they go to see lions and they don't see them, and so it comes back to the minister. So the minister, they sat down and said, let's try to find a solution. And they had tasked us. Of course, they know who is doing enforcement. There are other people involved, but they also task and see what your work could do. Please continue. And from what he has shared about the strategic action plan for the large carnivores, we are looking at how we can increase the population by 30%. And the objectives we looked at as you work was objectives 2. And as you know, we we were tasked as mandated to do captive wildlife breeding, but that's not just captive, but it helps you get knowledge to do other things, and also carry on conservation education. So we thought maybe we could look at that, find a niche where we could play a part. Please continue. Yeah, I've said we were mandated, some of the mandates when we were set up by the government of Uganda to do that. Captive wildlife management, conservation education, rescue rehabilitation, and taking back animals back into the wild. And just today, we've released some animals, over some snakes and birds and some small mammals back into the wild into March soon. Just the team is there even as we speak. But that's one of our work. And of course, we have done a lot of conservation education. And the lines, except children come in every day, not just at the zoo, but children come in every day. Last year, we hit almost 600,000 of Ugandans coming in. And we reached out at least to that number. And through the ranking of Pan-African Association of Zoos and Wildlife, I think over time we are the best zoo in East, Central and West Africa. And that doesn't just come at nothing. Some of the pride, we have around 13 lions at the center. And this proposal actually didn't just come with me, but with the people that work at the center, especially the department. When they see the population there and they realize in the wild is declining, they thought maybe we could come up with a solution as people, as young individuals, very young people, very passionate about conservation. Please continue. Yeah, and as a member of Wild Association of Zoos and Aquarium and PAZA, there are standards that have been set, but not just saying that. Being a member, we have what we call reversing the red. As an ex situ facility, you're required to be involved in some extent with the in situ to make sure we are reversing the red elsewhere. And we've seen zoos do that a lot in Australia, in America, elsewhere. And we thought we can't just be there to work. There's a lot we can do. We have young people, we have knowledgeable people, and we have partners that are concerned, and there's a lot we can do. So that's why we came up with that. Thank you. We'll continue. Yeah, of course, the partnerships, some of the people we are working with. Yeah, please continue. Yeah, so we get to our proposed lion population recovery and conservation program. And our aim that we came up with was to enhance the lion population and conservation in Uganda for the next 5 years. One of the objectives was to undertake assisted breeding or introduction of lions in selected protected areas, to undertake community engagement and conservation education and awareness, and conduct research on lion population recovery and conservation. Please continue. And well, I said we are here to learn, there's wanting to do something, but we're all experts here, so we are here to better what we are proposing and be advised on what we could do. So, of course, we needed some of the activities under those objectives. We wanted to do an easier to guide us on if we need to breed or to do introduction, or what is there and all that, and with the data that we have. And of course, we're looking at just one site to see if we can do reintroduction there or not, or breeding. And please continue. Yeah, of course, before we even selected the breeding stock or reintroduction, we thought we needed to do some genetic analysis. if we can, working with different partners. I said we are suggesting, so we're working with whoever is willing to, we can do the genetic analysis of our lions here in Uganda, not just the ones at UECO, and through the funding, if we get funding, we could be able to establish the genetics and find out if our population is actually viable or not, and what we can do to enhance the breeding and, of course, the population of. And some of the things that was, if we think there's viable population, then maybe we don't need to go to the next stage. But we thought maybe, as he said, what have other people done that have done better? Just for a lack of a better word, we just use bombers, but we're meaning like a fenced-off area. You established and you do an intensive management of a population that you've selected to make sure you give them survival chance, so that they are either monitored and they are given a survival chance to multiply, and so that either they can be reintroduced or in those particular areas. And we thought we would do in places where we're looking at with less human disturbances, but those are advice that we need. Yeah, of course, as we establish these facilities, there are other infrastructures that come with them and all that. Then, yeah. Okay, that was it. The structures, then translocating the lions wherever we decide they are coming from, and looking at history, we realize if we could get lions from here, it would be good. But as populations go down, we don't know, even as we carry on genetics, we don't know if the populations that we have here will be viable. And then, yeah, continue, sorry. Yeah, and that's what I said, if they multiply, we could gradually release them into the park. Yeah, and of course we set up monitoring tools, intensive ones, with new technology, and that there's a lot we can do, and to monitor the lions and to make sure they survive or keep them away from local communities and all that. There's always good to, that is really important. Of course, there's a lot of high-tech equipment that is available now for that, and there will be resources that are needed. Please continue. The other thing we looked at was to undertake community engagement and conservation education, and we thought we would do campaigns around protected areas, especially the ones that have the lions, organize talk show radios, develop information and disseminate them in communities, in schools around there, and conduct modules and trainings on alternative economic methods, all for the people, especially the ones that usually kill the lions and poison them. Please continue. And just recently, through the funding of World Bank, we've acquired some vehicles to help us with conservation education, and has really helped us reach out to schools and some communities, and this is a given, but with more funding, there's a lot we can do. I think a lot has been done, but I think so much more should be done in creating awareness. Please continue. Some of the materials that were developed, that WEC has been developing, we're not sitting there, but we are developing some materials for conservation education. We've done some for secondary schools, so that yeah, people learn about conservation, not even just lions and the importance. Doing, I think, for lower school and conservation education through some of our partners, not some of, most of it may not be government of Uganda, but some of the partners have sponsored this work. Please continue. Yeah, that was one of the work we did in northern Uganda some time back. Yeah, that's the same. Please continue. Yeah, and we were suggesting some of these things. We've had successes in some areas by doing these things. We work in Makanaga, and usually when there's anything, and we've focused on the shoe bill conservation there, and we've set up some of these CBOs and leadership teams, and usually when there's something happening to the shoe bill, it will be, your work will know. They'll report immediately, and I think there's something that we can borrow a leaf from there, because we've had shoe bill that were injured and being brought in by them. Some of them even actually transport themselves and bring the birds. We've had them report when when people have animals illegally and they are gotten. So I think that would be best to try and have leadership teams and make sure you engage them as much as possible so that they know how important this is. Of course, the wildlife clubs, WEC sits on the board of wildlife clubs, and we need to strengthen them. Growing up, there was a lot of wildlife clubs, and I think that's how most of us got to love wildlife and understand about it in our schools, because that's where we never visited zoos or parks, but we knew there was wildlife through the wildlife clubs. We can establish a Lion Community Center. There are many things that we are suggesting. Of course, how to help livelihood, how to prevent problem animals, crowds, reinforcing, and all these require money. And we know some people have been doing them, but we need more money. And not necessarily that your work will do them, but working with people, we can do some of these things to reduce conflict and be maybe early warning, like policing and all that, so that we have solutions. Thank you. Continue. Yeah, and another one was conduct research, just to emphasize what Agri said. If we don't do research, what are we really doing in conservation? There's so much research will inform us about. We need to do a lot of research, understand the population that we have, and all that will require resources. And at this stage, we thought when we were doing this process, we could do research, but I think it's not just through the program, but there's a lot that is needed that is out there that we don't know, but can be done if resources are provided. And please continue. And we thought maybe the outcome would be we have an increased lion population, tourist numbers, community livelihood, wildlife stewards. But for me, what is most important, I work with very young people, and I think we need to build capacity in this country so that people can own this as Ugandans and know what they should do, because we have, and it could also create employment for Ugandans if we have such projects and people are working there. That is the most important thing. If a Ugandan has a job, I think that's what the president always is preaching, it will be good, but also capacity that is inbuilt that can be done here, so that if I'm not there, there's someone else that can do it after me, and it is not just me per now. Yeah. And of course, with tourism growth, hopefully our GDP will increase. Please continue. And of course, this was part of the consultation, and this is just as we begin. There's a lot that can be improved, there's a lot you can critique, and we're here to learn and to best understand. But we have some willing government to sponsor some of these things, but maybe if we organize ourselves better. And I thank WCS for organizing us here, and we're able to meet. I don't think we've met as the lion, someone concerned about large predators for a long time, but we are all here, and we have a stake in this country, so it's good that we're here. And just to mention something I didn't put there, what the doctor was talking about the biobanking and tissues. Through the sponsorship of World Bank, we are extending our hospital, and part of it will be a biobank, so that will really create an opportunity also to preserve some of those tissues for future use. Thank you very much.
Now, I've been advised by the IT people that those who are online, if you click on your reaction, which is I think on the bottom part of your screen, you'll see reactions and you click on it and you can see a number of icons. One of them says you can raise your hand. But some settings you can also click on more, and under there you'll see access reactions. We are now going into something big, so I request that the panel of experts, these seats have been prepared for you, but I'm going to change to call you resource people, because I know it is going to be very intense, I know it's going to be very interesting, and I'd like to make sure that everybody is participating. So you will clarify your area of, we'll give you about 3 minutes to clarify the area of your expertise and how you think the public can, frame their questions and reactions. And then we'll go into the plenary, getting people to shoot in with their questions, reactions, and suggestions. And then after that, we'll give you 2 more minutes to make sure that you wrap up according to how you felt the session went and how you really feel your usefulness in this whole dialogue. But I will give an opportunity to someone who is online raising their hand already.
This is great because some want to drop off, so those who are online.
So I'll give those people who are online so that they don't run away. I know they are in offices. So I've been informed that one of the hands of Alex is up. So Alex, please take the floor. And if there is another person who is raising their arm, now Paul, you know how to raise your arm. So please, I'll be informed and then we can give you the floor. Thank you. Alex.
Thanks, Dr. Mbabazi, for that great presentation. I just have 3 very quick questions for you. So it sounds like the reintroduction has been established as the kind of key intervention for lion recovery in the country. Is that the case? 2, sort of how can stakeholders guarantee that the same key threats that have affected Uganda's lion populations do not continue to affect them when the lions are reintroduced to the chosen sites? And then just one short comment. I think it needs to be established that some of the evidence that Agre presented, doesn't point to a complete catastrophe in the country. If you look specifically at Murchison Falls National Park, there's, from the census that, the 100-odd stakeholders implemented across the country, there's still about 240 lions in that park, with very high lion densities in places like the Nile Delta, and even ironically, in the very places where there's a lot of oil extraction. So I think, also just for the audience, it also should be taken with some sort of care as to sort of how this sort of picture of how lions are doing in areas is affected. So that's just my comments and my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I didn't get that point clear. I was a bit distracted at the end, but I hope my rapporteur has got it and will be able to respond to it. Yes, please. Thank you.
So Alex, his first comment is on, is it true that lion breeding is one of those strategies that Uganda has taken on? And his next question is, so what happens to those lions that are bred and introduced in the wild when actually the threats still persist? What happens to that population? Yeah. And then he talked about us amplifying the spatial distribution of the lands, for example, in Murchison Falls National Park, which, of course, he used the word ironically, that the highest numbers are overlapping with the oil and gas exploitation in the Delta region.
Thank you. I think, Agre, those are very useful comments for you. And also, work and how does this all fit within the strategic framework that you have presented to us? as far as number 1 was concerned. That's very good, thank you. Is there another line, arm on the line? If you are there, you can shout, because I'm not seeing you. Who is that? Peter. Could you adjust your mic so that, because your words are kind of fumbled, kindly. Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know what is the approach.
Those are very comprehensive proposals. At the beginning, you were a bit fumbled, but I'm glad the IT people have sorted it out. And you are raising a very important key factor of high human population, and also need to engage in private-public partnerships with NGOs, and identifying key threats and making sure these threats are properly diagnosed and addressed by the different partners, and need for collaboration and alignment of programs. I think those are really, really useful comments to think about. And I saw Cornelius on the screen. I don't know if Cornelius, you are there, and if you'd like to say something. I'd like to make sure these people can give us their points, and then we come in the house here. So please bear with me. Cornelius, are you there? Yes, Cornelius, go on. Yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, thanks, Nazaro. I'm up about the conversation. I've been doing some work for AWF in these landscapes of maternity depot. And one of the things that common people are asking, they had a story about breeding of lions, I think in the around Beijing. And their question was, even at that level of community, whether it is viable, because some of them were affected from some media, that those would be like pets, they wouldn't be the type of lions that people really come for and fight to see. So how are you going to deal with this? Because I picked this one from the community only, and one would be interested to see how the community's fears also from the scientific point of view are raised. But number two, this line seems to be, when you look at the statistics that are coming out, seems to be declining, and yet people are attracted so much by the lions and the experience of meeting a lion when they come to Uganda. And is there a way where we can fence one ecological area and make sure that these lions actually survive and are not threatened by what people have stated, like the overlap between the density of lions and oil activities, so that we can have a minimal critical mass that maybe 10, 5 years down the road can assure us of sustainability for that particular species.
Thank you so much, Cornelius. I think it's not questionable about the problem. We all agree about the problem. I think what we are discussing and the gist of this consultation is what we do or what have we been doing wrong. And these are the contributions that we are receiving. And from the presentation of Rachel, I learned one important new terminology, which I didn't know. Thank you, Rachel. Learning never ends. The assisted breeding. Assisted breeding. And I think you need to clarify this so that people can very well understand. When you are reacting to the issue of, I hope you are among the panelists, when you're reacting to the issue of the captive bred animals and the issue that Cornelius is raising, are you not sure that these are going to be pets? So assisted breeding as opposed to captured breeding. Is it called captured breeding? Captive breeding. So I think those two terms need to be very clear to all of us so that we, and then against the issue of the habitat, health of the habitat, and the issue of human population. So these are very important undertones that can inform the strategy that Agri presented from UA and the program that UEC presented. Any other hand that is coming up from the diaspora? Okay, let's go inside now, and we have His Highness from Busongora Kingdom. Please take the floor, the mic person.
First, I want to thank you for this conference. Quickly, I just want to say something. There's a sort of a dichotomy that's been created that's created the image that there's a wild population and it's distinct from ex situ. That is, it's distinct from bred populations. But in Busongora, which, by the way, has the oldest national parks in Africa, the national park system in Africa began in Busongora. The two parks that became Kazinga Game Reserve and then later on the part that was made Virunga National Park are the first national parks in Africa. They are the ones that should have been the model for the rest of Africa. But one thing I want to point out is that when the colonial occupation started, the choice of making those areas national parks came about because they had high densities of animals. However, what they don't realize is those animals and the densities and the robustness that they showed was not natural. It was artificially constructed by the communities there. And this is true for most Africans. We have totem, what they call them, totemic systems where clans are assigned animals for protection. It's a type of conservation. This is also true for not just Africa, but it happened in North America with the buffalo populations. It happened in Central America, Latin America, for forests and everything else, that the so-called natural populations of animals and plants are very much the result of the organization of cultural communities, how they relate to these animals. So I think that the worry that the lions that are bred are going to be pets, or that somehow there's a sort of inferior approach when you have captive breeding, we may not use those words or those ideas, but we have to remember that there is never has been a natural population of lions anywhere on the planet that wasn't protected by the communities. Same thing with the ecosystems there, at least in Busongora. They did studies in the past that showed that people coexisted with these animals for a long time and that they managed that environment. So just to be brief, I just wanted to highlight that so that as we go forward, the idea that there's a separation between humans who are and wild populations of animals should sort of be mitigated. Thanks very much.
Your Majesty is raising up. Okay. I see your hands. But wait. We need to see how to wind up this because it was a preamble. I wanted to get the experts to come over here so that we can have a formal plenary. So I think now that we've gotten served the people online, I would suggest that we allow the experts to come here, right? And then we formally interact with them. We are going to give them a few minutes to present themselves, but there is one who said he had made a presentation. I really request him to summarize it because you can see the hands that are coming up are really itching. And I'd like to take the opportunity to, squeeze out all the information from the participants. So don't feel annoyed that I'm going to cut you short because you didn't have the time to wrap up. So His Majesty is bringing up an interesting concept of coexistence and also the conservation of lions. So I think that needs to be understood in the context of human population, shrinking habitats, and other external factors that are affecting the population of lions, which is a reality. So I think Your Majesty will appreciate that although the Wasongora have been living comfortably with the lions in an expansive area, right now when you're talking about even the little inch that you have of land and need to use it for your cattle, the competition can be cutthroat and too steep and the lions will lose it out. So I'd really request that we respond to some of these as the panelists come over, and then we begin the formal panel discussions. The people who were, I think you can just make a summary upgrade in terms of what has been raised. And some of them are really, as a way forward, big suggestions, I think, like the difficulties because of lack of collaboration and alignment. I think those ones we don't need to respond to it. Very, very important point. But Cornelius raised the issue of the pets and the need to fence. Maybe, Rachel, you can give some few clarification on that, or Dr. Musingo, and then we see how we move forward. But in the meantime, Mr. Baruku, can you get our panelists to come over here? So let's start with Agre, and then we go to Uwek. The mic man is missing. Oh, you are there. Good.
Thank you, facilitator. I don't think I have much to say on this, because some were just recommendations, which are actually good, and that's why we are here. We are getting views from stakeholders to enrich our draft strategic action plan. The point of analyzing threats, this is very, very important. Without knowing what has caused the decline, we shall be wasting time. Because we need to address what has caused the decline for us to have our lion population recovering. And for others, the context of assisted breeding, I think Rachel can handle. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. You will forgive me, my voice is not good. I want to attempt to respond. My name is David Musingo. I come from Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center. Someone online called Alex asked about the question, is it true that Uganda has taken on the breeding of lions and reintroduction? I want to say that's the reason why we are here, to consult. It is a proposal. We haven't taken over. We haven't taken on the breeding and the reintroduction of lion. We are consulting, and we are looking at the viable and the best option on how we can recover the lion population. He also talked about, Alex from the online, he talked about, what about other factors? You're talking about reintroduction. When Dr. Rachel was presenting, there were about 3 objectives. One, on reintroduction, but also on the assisted breeding. The other area was community engagement, which involves awareness, conservation education, and the rest. And the third objective was conducting research. So it is a multi-pronged. It's not only about reintroduction or breeding. Other objectives can address the other challenges that Agure has talked about that affect the declining lion population. Now, you are talking about, the other time we presented the same concept before some members of parliament, and some people took it out of context. They only picked breeding, but for us we are talking about lion population recovery and conservation. So therefore, when we talk about assisted, we are talking about in situ. How can we, yes, UEC has got expertise in terms of breeding, but we want to take it from there, beyond what we are doing at UEC, taking it to the national park, where you create a conducive environment and ecosystem, like somehow what is happening at even Nairobi National Park. We are talking about bombers, but someone say a bomber, we are not talking about the cattle bombers. We are talking about a large expanse of space that will allow free expression of these lions, bring out the natural behavior. That is what we are calling assisted. But we can do also breeding. We can create bombers, small, and breed these lions, but also release them into large ones to get acclimatized. As you release them, what we call soft release. Soft release, you release them slowly. But we are moving away from this captive management. I know you work. We have kept animals in the cages, but according to the WAZA standards, World Association of Zoos and Standards, modern zoos are creating large spaces like safaris. That's why Uganda Wildlife Education Center is establishing satellite centers across the country. And I'm happy to report that NFA has given us enough land in Mbale, in Gulu, in Barara, and Chenjojo, so that we have enough space, so that we don't talk about this imprisoned environment of prison or captive, what we call it, it's beyond captive. So captive is these small cages that we are moving away from. Thank you so much. Maybe Dr. Rachel can add on.
Thank you. I think he has tackled that. But at the beginning I said, I recognize everyone has been doing something here. And I said, we're suggesting to do this, and it's not in a vacuum. I know there's a lot Uganda Wildlife Authority is doing to strengthen law enforcement. I know Dr. Sifat has been there doing something, WCS is doing something, UCF is doing something, but how do we put these efforts together and make sure our populations don't go down? So it is not about what I'm doing or what UWEC is doing, but how can we work together? Everyone with their strength or whatever they are bringing to the table so that we can help the population. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that people are dying to make their contributions and they're justified. But permit me at this hour, at this juncture, to recognize the presence of our resource person, experts in different areas. And according to the programs, we have about 5 areas of expertise that we'd like to explore, but some may not be available today. So I'm going to request you, as very good experts, to just give an executive summary of what it is you're addressing as far as this area of 6 points that we have on the program are concerned, and so that you enable people to give you information from their perspective. So give us the executive of what you really think you are going to be handling, and so that people can get understanding and interact with you. Is that acceptable? Is that feasible? Yeah? I need to see a nod of your head. 3 minutes. I'm going to have a timekeeper. When you shoot over 3 minutes. But at the end of the discussion, you're going to have a wrap-up session. So you can take some 2, 3, 4 minutes more. Okay? Please write down your question and hang on to it. I know the 2 arms which are there, and you'll be the first one to shoot. So let's start. Who wants to go first? Okay, Mr. Baluk.
Yes, thank you, facilitator and stakeholders, for your interest in lion conservation. I am Joel once again. I work for the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities as the Senior Wildlife Officer. I'm here representing the Commission in charge of wildlife conservation. So as you all might be aware, the Ministry is responsible for policy formulation, monitoring and implementation. So on this panel, I would like to respond to issues that relate to the policy framework in place, the regulatory framework as regards to lion conservation in Uganda. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right. We want audience which is active and alive. I'm Patrick Atimnedi. I work with Uganda Wildlife Authority. I'm standing in for Mr. Charles Tumesije, who has not been able to make it here. I've been with the authority for about 22 years now, and my discussion here is going to be to focus on enhanced protection of wildlife. And if you recall earlier from Agri's presentation, when he presented the key strategic programs of the UWA strategic plan, one of them was wildlife protection. And so I'll be dwelling into the efforts, innovations, and activities we do to ensure that wildlife populations, not only lions, are protected. So that will be my focus of discussion in this panel meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, all of you. I chose to come and stand here and take a little more than 3 minutes than what he has given. My name is Charles Masembe. I am a professor of molecular genetics and evolution. I'm a veterinarian, and I've done quite some work in wildlife, mainly using molecular genetic tools. So when I got the communication from the organizing committee, I jumped up and I said, yes, let me now and go and talk to my colleagues and share. Because two things that I will still begin by saying that what cannot count does not count. And we are stronger together. So it gives me quite a pleasure to come and speak to this audience and share. And like the moderator said, learning never ends. I'm also learning, and I'm sure I've learned already, and I'm learning more and more. By the time I go, I will have learned more things. Maybe you will also learn a few things from us. I should begin by also recognizing my colleague, Dr. Laura Batola from the University of Copenhagen, whom we are working together on many aspects of wildlife genetics. When we talk about wildlife genetics, when we talk about animals, Agri represented very well, and we are looking at the larger things, the strategic goal, where we want to go. When we talk about genetics in wildlife, we ask ourselves, are we looking at populations? Are we looking at the individual? And when we go down to the individual, are we looking at the chromosomes? When we got the chromosomes, are we looking at the genes? What genes are responsible for this, for that, for that? What genes are responsible for the hunting behavior? What genes are responsible for flight? What genes are responsible for reproduction? All those kind of things. And then we go down and we ask ourselves, where are these genes that we are looking for? In a mammalian genome, we have got DNA, mammalian cell. DNA comes from various sources. You may have DNA which comes from the nucleus. You may have DNA which comes from the mitochondria. Now, in terms of inheritance, all of us, the mitochondria that we have is from our mothers. So we must be thankful to our mothers. All the DNA and the nucleus is from both the mother and the father. If you go back to reproduction, you'll see why I'm saying that the mitochondrial DNA is from our mothers. When it comes to managing the lions, when it comes to breeding the lions, do you think this will be important to have in mind the types of DNA that our lions have? When we talk about the mitochondria, what portions of mitochondria is basically used? We have predominantly the D loop, the displacement loop, and many other genes, depending on what you want to do. But then we have been talking about diversity, and diversity comes at various levels. It can be at the breed, at the species level, at the population level, how many species do you have? But if you go down to the genes, you ask yourself, genetic diversity, is it important? Do we see genetic diversity? We only see a small bit, but a lot of it, we see it in the expression, in the behavior, and the activities of these animals that we see. And then, is genetic diversity important? Yes, it is important. Why? Because it is the foundation for everything that we have in terms of biodiversity. Just like if you're into computing, there are certain things that you are saying that this is the foundation for everything. And indeed, it is the recipe. If you're going to cook, if you're going to do what is the starting material for populations and the species, and also it is the one where evolution comes from. Without variation, without diversity, there's no evolution. So it is quite important. Therefore, effective conservation for whatever we are talking about will derive quite a lot from us knowing what we have. What cannot be counted does not count. So what diversity do we have in our carnivore? I'm talking about lions, but in our wildlife, what diversity do we have? It is extremely important. Therefore, it will be very good to consider aspects genetics. Allow me to digress a bit, because in 1994, at the Institute of Environment and Natural Resources at Makerere University, a research collaboration was started together with the Agri, together with the Patrick, together with the, I'm happy Dr. Ludwig Sifat is in the audience. He taught me all the good things about wildlife. If I talk bad things, you don't blame me, you blame him. But then when it comes to, when 1994 we started this work on wildlife, we only knew numbers, we did not know the genetic diversity. But about the observations in this wildlife, you will see, we began seeing morphological variations. Animals, elephants with short tusks, elephants with curved tusks, elephants with what? And is this variation only, was it only in elephants? No, even in the other animals. Now these ones are in Kenya, but if you look at the oryx, it also has some morphological variations. Some of these may be subtle, some of them might be very clear. If you look at the eland, our eland has got 11 to 12 or 13 stripes, but go down to southern Africa, the stripes will disappear. If you look at the waterbuck, we all know this. Some of them have completely white behind, others have a semicircle. Is it by chance, or is it the genes? Do we have some things that exist in our lions that we can see morphologically, or not? Or do we have anything that we can investigate in our lions as we come in to increase their populations? Many years ago, we would collect materials in different ways. If you miss the animal, you go in and collect the dung. I think here I was doing my PhD by then, and this is elephant dung. Sometimes would be helped by lion sampling, and you make sure you survive to tell the story. Patrick was very instrumental in all this work, and thanks Patrick. But a bit of what you do if we talk about genetics. If you go to the wild, you collect your material, you come to the laboratory, and then you do your DNA extraction, and you choose where you want to go. Do you want to use one line of analysis, or do you want to do another? And then eventually you come to do all this kind of analysis. I'm happy to report that all this is available and you can do it. And some of you have done it here in the country. And I should also mention that we have been consulting with UA when it comes to forensic materials. They capture material and then we come in. Charles, please help here, and we have happily done that, saving a lot of costs. And I've also appeared in the court as a subject matter specialist. So when we do this, when we do the DNA, what do we look for? We are looking for variations. You just look at these letters as they are, but we are just looking for these differences, the differences in the bases. That is the holy grail which we base on to tell the powers that be, to tell the directors, tell the managers, you know what, the lions in this area, they are less genetically diverse than the lions in this area. Therefore, if you want to increase diversity in this area, maybe we pick from here and take there. Not only looking at numbers, not only looking at morphology, but also looking at the DNA in these animals. And then you can come up with groupings like that. A bit of what we have done in the wildlife. This is, I want us to look at the diversity. Okay, I want us to look at the numbers here. This was for warthogs, but can apply for any other species. In this work, if we picked 20 elephants from Queen Elizabeth, and we did our analysis, they are all similar. There's only one allele, there's only one haplotype. What does that mean? You go to Ishasha, you collect elephants. You go to this way, you collect elephants. You go the other side, you collect elephants. But when you do your DNA analysis, it's only one. They're all 100% similar at that locus. What does that mean to you as a conservationist? What will you do to advise your bosses? If you look at our colleagues in Tanzania, we picked only 6, and ideally all of them were different. What are we doing as far as conserving genetic diversity? What are we doing as far as using genetic tools, genetic analysis to guide our conservation? Are we guided by numbers only, or should we look deeper? Do we have in-country capacity? Do we have capacity to build ourselves? I think we do, and I think we should use one of these in addition to other tools, including behavior as well. The same pattern was seen for elephants, but I'll skip that as well. And now we jump into the subject why we are here. With my colleague Laura and Rasmus and others from Denmark and other places, there's quite some work that has been done on the African continent. And by the end of this, we shall see where Uganda stands. But one of one of the implications of this is that should we use genetics in the management of our animals, or should we just go ahead with numbers? That's quite a question I leave to the audience. Our brothers and neighbors in Kenya have previously done that without use of genetics. So, okay, how many are here? 20, how many are here? 50. Let's take 5 and take the other side. In the end, when the analysis was done, there was a lot of mixtures of different lineages, different groups. I don't know whether this is what they wanted or it is just a chance event, but do we want to go there as well? Populations have already been mentioned. I just picked this from online, but we have 310, but maybe you have better numbers. But the general idea is that the lion population in Uganda is increasing. But then there are several lions in different parts of Africa. And when analysis was done, it was observed that we have got a group in West Africa. A group, which one? Okay, a group in West Africa, and a group in Central Africa, and then another group in Northeast, another larger group in the Southeast. Now, these were IUCN eventually said, wait a minute, I think these groups are genetically so diverse, so different, they warrant to be called different species. So they came up with the Panthera leo and then the Leo melancholaita. But then most importantly, if you look, so this is where the genetics analysis also comes in. We have this group and we have got another group here. And this group is subdivided into 3, and then this group is also subdivided. And strikingly, this group is more closely connected to the brothers in Asia. Now, when it comes to Uganda, when you do the genetic analysis using those positions I showed you, still we see that we have got 3 general groups. One group, Western Central Africa, another on Southern Africa, and another on Eastern Africa. But this is basically Tanzania and Kenya. The question is, where does Uganda fall if we look at the DNA, the genetics of our lions? Does Uganda fall here, or this way? We don't know. Why? Because at least at the moment, the data still needs to be availed, or the data still needs to be generated, so that we can use that in our toolkit for for improvement, increasing the population of lions and conservation of lions. So, can we use genetic tools to manage lions in Uganda? The question is to the audience, and other places they have done that, and they have come up with the good information. They have come up with management plans. So should we think of using genetic tools as well in our lions? What is the genetic variation of the lions in Kidepo, wherever? If you find a lion kills, if you find a lion has died, you have always been able to take samples, and you have kept them somewhere. It is possible with whatever you have. Even if an animal has died, you can still find out the gene diversity of those which died, and you infer what possibility you have in those which still remain, and then you continue to collect from others. There are some guidelines which you may have to ask yourself, but one of the speakers asked, has the threat been eliminated? If the threat has not been eliminated, then the management is also kind of different. Can use a pronged approach, and this is also available. But then key questions that we ask, that I leave with this to the audience: what is the diversity and pedigree of the lions that we have? Since they are few, and most of them have been, some of them have been colored, we are able to know who is the parent and who is all that. So we should be able to first establish the pedigree of the lions that we have, and subsequently the genetic diversity of the lions. If the populations, if the groups are small, there's a possibility of inbreeding. And the inbreeding is good for production lines, like maybe you can inbreed for milk production, you can inbreed for beef, because you're not going to keep those animals for long. But if you're keeping animals for long, then you don't want to encourage inbreeding, you want to encourage diversity in those animals. If there's inbreeding, what will you do? So, my sister talked about fencing off a part of the population. It's fine, you fence it off, but it would be very nice for you to also know what have you fenced off, and after 1 year or two, how does it appear? So you may think of maybe bringing more or taking out some with the guidelines from your genetic analysis. Then in the end, you may have to release some of them into the wild, as the plan and strategy have already been said. The population estimates, my colleague from WCA said, they don't know the ones in Kidepo, but we can still be able to come up with the estimates, and we'll be guided so that we can be very proud. Up to 2033, you say, yes, I was there when we were formulating, when we were planning this plan to manage and recover lions. I thank you, and this picture here is yet to come, it is yet to come. It was taken in, okay, it hasn't come. Okay, there it is. So the person speaking to you is the third standing in that long blue t-shirt several years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Masembe. The question I have for you, sir, before you go, did you participate in formulation of the program for breeding with UWEC?
You want my answer now?
Yes.
Directly or indirectly?
Either. Either.
No.
You didn't. Because the reason I'm asking is that it's really a big resource that you need. I think the issues I had given, because I was hoping that you'd answer some of our questions, but instead you've raised more questions for us. So I think, but it's very good time spent, and I think Dr. Msingo, if you didn't know that he existed, I think this guy needs to be taken and bought some tea somewhere, so that you can have him have a contribution into what we are doing. Because the issues we are grappling with, and just to reflect on what he said, if you don't count it, it doesn't count. So if we are not counting the genetic diversity, we might have the numbers, but they may end up being something else other than lions. So I think this is really a good revelation, and I thank you so much. I can now straight go into the panel, into the discussions from the audience. Remember, Mr. Baruch is looking at the policy, framework, and legislation. He's representing the ministry. Dr. Timunedi is talking about, from the UA perspective, the effectiveness of management, enhanced protection of wildlife in the wild. And this brings us to the idea of the need to recover the population of lions. And Professor Masembe is addressing questions C, why is conducting DNA genetic analysis, why is it important? And then there was another thing I saw for the recovery conservation program. It is only lion and tourism that is missing, but the rest of the things are being covered. So I started with my earlier hands that there was one at the far end. Yeah? Could you get a mic? Yeah. Give him a mic. Do we have the mic, man? Yes, I'm going to get all of you now. But I think it is, you just make your contribution to the point so that it is properly captured, and we are now thinking about the way forward. The man with the mic is the one who is delaying me now. Oh, sorry, Rachel, you've been holding it. Run. Okay, so we are going to roll Costa, and if there are people online, please, Simon, help me and point them out. Let me bring you your machine.
Okay, thank you. And for all of you who have participated in this. My name is Bosco Atukwate, and I'm here with Volcano Safaris. I had a bit of a question from what the doctor from UWEC presented about assisted breeding. And it's in the form of a question, and it's like, are we assisting these lions to breed just because they can't breed naturally? Or there's something else that we actually are not understanding? And then the truth is that the numbers are, of course, yes, declining, but there is a big other issue, which I think the professor who has just presented would probably come up with a study. It's a kind of a gap. One, we're observing that there is quite a lot of males in the Queen Elizabeth National Park in particular. And should there be a question that only males are being born, or only males are making it adulthood? A lot of questions like that. Thank you.
Okay, very practical questions. And the hand here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am Festo Kajura. I don't have any knowledge to do with the animal science. I am a human rights activist, and I was invited on the basis of being a member of the ethnic Baswangora from Baswangora, which is home to a bigger population of lions in Queen Elizabeth National Park, north of Lakes Edward and George and Kazinga Channel. First, I'll begin by expressing displeasure, and this expression is likely to be limited because I know you did it out of lack of knowledge. Baswangora do not have a king. I will give you a letter written by the Ministry of Gender for you to know. Because I feel insulted, mister. I feel insulted to impose somebody on me.
Excuse me, please. We are talking about lions.
Yes.
Please excuse me.
And I was invited as a Mswangora to speak about lions and our relationship with the lions. And I'm here about that.
Excuse
us. But what I'm saying,
the insult. No. Excuse us. Please cooperate with us. You will get You'll get another time to address those concerns. Let's talk about lions. Thank you. You can put him back. Thank you.
Let me begin by talking about the historical demonization of the Basongora in regards to conservation of wild animals. I'm glad Mr. Simon wanted somebody from the Basongora to say something about the relationship with the animals. Our relationship with Ua might be poor, but we have conserved animals and particularly lions. That's why you will find in the whole of Western Uganda, all the Basongora have a name for a lion and also have a lion. Elsewhere, they have a name, but they don't have a lion to show. That means we are the better conservationists in the west of Uganda. Therefore, this should call for the end of demonization. But also, this doesn't mean that we don't have the weavers. People might be there and doing all sorts of things just to ensure that there is defamation on our part. And in 2018, if my memory serves me well, UA did put in place, I think, an investigation team or committee to look into the death of lions, about 11 of them, in Hamukongo. To date, we have not seen the outcome of the investigations because it would have showed who did it or who did not do it. But as an activist, I will simply say Basongora never did it. Let me talk, now I'm addressing the man from the ministry, that's Baluku, who has lately become known to me at a personal level. There is a narrative in the countryside, especially where I come from, that government took our land. People do not appreciate the value of the establishment of national parks. Because when you talk of 20% revenue sharing, it goes to the people who neighbor the national park. Sudiri Ruparelia was born in Katwe. If he was living there, he would be a beneficiary of the 20%. But there are indigenous people, the owners of the land where the national parks were established. And they feel their issues are not being addressed by the 20%, because 20% is for everyone. They want something. And of recent, while I was interacting with somebody from Karenga, I think there is Karenga Community Conservation something. And they said for them, there is a certain percentage they receive from the hunting, what? They call it hunting trophy. Sport hunting. If you can put a special arrangement meant for the people on whose land national parks, game reserves, community conservation community areas are, they will be able to appreciate further the importance of national parks in place. One gentleman, I think it was Agre, the senior manager, is it research? From UA, talked of doing away with the enclaves. I come from Katwe Kabato Town Council. And the spokesperson of UA is also on record to have said that there is a way, rather they should have plans of removing people from the enclaves for animals, for the number of animals to flourish. But we are saying we have coexisted with these animals. What you do is ensure the laws are more stricter than ever before for the protection of these animals, because we also treasure them. We do treasure them. I don't know how this will be handled, but let me also go to the enforcement. The enforcement, any law that is devoid of human face is not a law. We have seen rangers. Now I'm addressing who, I don't know who's the head here. Many rangers have been telling Basongora, they think being on remand is also conviction, which is not. So remand has also been abused. There is a case that the worship handled, but it was advanced, so she did not know the background. But was in Kasese. Somebody was released and immediately arrested over the same charges and brought to before the magistrate. But being people outside the court then could not bring it to our attention. But the enforcement has a problem. Let not war look like as if it's a military force, but a service or an authority that is able to relate with the locals for them to be able to appreciate the importance of conservation of flora and fauna. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Festo. Festo raises very, very pertinent issues, and I would like to thank you so much. But I think you have a lot of information and which you need to find another good forum where you can address this. I'm sorry if I was very rude to you, but I really feel in the interest of time management, we need to keep focused. He raises the issue of the Basongora as being very good conservationists and how they really cohabited with the lions. He raises the issue of policy fairness in terms of the policies that are being used to talk about conservation of lions. And he raises another issue of equitable benefit sharing and also a need to ensure effective law enforcement. Let's go on this side. Remember, you guys, you are going to give a wrap up, yeah? So make sure you are capturing those things. Yes, my brother from the WWF. From the WWF, behind. Yeah, you. Seifat, you are next.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ivan Tumuhimbisa. I work for WWF Uganda. And thank you for all the organizers. My question and comment goes to Dr. Patrick and possibly Agri. Possibly the time wasn't enough to look into the background, the strategic action plan that you have put forward. But the question I wanted to ask possibly is if you were able to get a deep look to help us to understand. Because on the list of the threats to lion population, there were about 8 or 9. And of course, one of them being infanticide diseases. But we have also continuously hearing about electrocution of lions, especially in Queen Elizabeth, and of course poisoning. And if we are not able to look at where there's the greatest threat by proportion, then the strategy, we can continue to pursue the strategic action plan without necessarily pressing the greatest investment where there's the highest driver to the lion population. If we're able to link where the greatest threats is with the action plan, so that we have an understanding about how can have this resolved, but also how the rest of the actors can also contribute in resolving these threats. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. To the point, Seifat. Dr. Ludwig.
A comment and a question relating to genetic diversity and how we can estimate it. Years ago, we did a study on stress, and when you study stress in lions, you rely very much on the droppings, the scat, the feces. So I would like to know, because by then the accuracy of those tests were still very poor. Have you made progress to know the paternity, the maternity, because without that you cannot make a decision? And that is also an answer at the same time, what do we understand by assisted reproduction? It's a technical term in veterinary medicine, and you are not doing it for academic purposes to study paternity and maternity, because if we identify there is either a lethal factor or a sublethal factor, we need to act when we go for intensive management. That is to say, we could vasectomize a male if we don't want to euthanize it, or we could do tubal ligature so that a female cannot reproduce. The artificial insemination has been done successfully in South Africa or Southern Africa, and that is one example we could use. We don't need to go yet into embryo transfer like in the rhinos. So that will help you probably to understand the way forward. Thank you.
Can you repeat your first question, Dr. Rudu?
Pardon?
The first point.
Yeah, how much progress has been made in paternity and maternity studies to know which one could be carrying certain genes which are not suitable, because it's a very complex reproduction system, both behavioral as well as the reproduction biology. You know that a lioness can carry cubs from different males. So knowing that becomes very complex. When you say, now we are doing the study, I don't want to discourage you, but we need that to act as the next step rather than just doing an academic study.
That's interesting. So a lion can actually carry, puppies from different males. That's interesting, like dogs. Okay, that's good. Okay. I was hoping Dr. Seifert would talk about something on effective management, but I'm just prompting you to see what you... Yes, Mr. Bakaine, my brother, and my dear good friend.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Dr. Arthur, my former boss, Ua. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting us to this important Lion Conference. One, I've been in tourism for some time, more than 40 years of my life I've been in tourism. For those who know me, I'm the first tour operator in the tourism from Kasese district, what they call Busongora County. So those who are from there, they should know I've been their senior. And the senior remains senior. Back the question, I've had my brother Agre addressing us. He did not tell us the carrying capacity. I'm interested, all of you are interested in knowing what is the carrying capacity in our protected areas. How many lions can they accommodate? Because research must be carried out to know the carrying capacity. Carrying capacity means how do they feed, how do they live, can they survive there? So having known the carrying capacity, then what is the problem? The whole world, we have less than 40,000 lions. Now, Tanzania has 50% of the lions in Africa. Fine. Tanzania have 50% of the lions available in the region. Whereas South Africa seems to be having a good number. The biggest number, between 8 to 12,000 lions are in 350 private farms. And according to presentation we saw, private farms are doing very well. They are protected better. But the challenge is, why is in South Africa having only 3,500 lions in the world? I'm drawing a point from there. Ugandan case. My brother Baruku indicated we have about 300 lions in Uganda, because Agri says estimates, about 300. In the last 8 years, we've lost, I've seen the figure about 40. Now, if we could address the matter, purposes of intervention, is it possible we identify a bigger area, maybe in Kidepo Valley National Park, or one of the game reserves we have, as a breeding area for lions? Because in Tanzania, Serengeti, research indicated that about 36 lions were somewhere in Serengeti at a certain point, and they're having a problem with the human being, the Maasais. And the government decided to identify an area, they be shifted from one point to another point where they can be protected better, and they are in the world. So in the Ugandan case, WEC have indicated producing or breeding lions and be taken somewhere. Before we take them anywhere, is it possible that we identify an area, we breed them? His Royal Majesty indicated that naturally lions are friends of Basongola. We are friends of lions. For that matter, for the first time, for the attention of one of people from Songola, on 19th of December last year, 2023, the Songola community, the Songola Land Trust and the Songola Kingdom engaged Ministry of Tourism. We had the first wildlife conflict meeting in Kasese. It was very, Basongola for the first time they sat on a table to discuss the wildlife conflicts. It is a way forward, agree on your master plan. You should have Basongola sample where we convened the community leaders sat on a table with the wildlife to discuss wildlife conflict. That is a way forward, because for the last 40 years I've been in Songola in tourism. I've never seen wildlife sitting with the community to discuss when they are laughing. It's coming with a gun or fighting or problem. In order to reduce tension, in order to address the conflict of wild animals with the community, UA, or the Ministry of Tourism, sit on a table with them like our case study. For this matter, 19th, I think, of 29th of June, we intend to shift to Lake Katwe to address about 100 people, wildlife management. They should not fight with animals, they should conserve animals. That is a submission from Songola. Thank you.
Someone online, kindly bear with me so that we give him an opportunity because they keep holding on to. So Dr. Paul Foston is online, and after that I'll come back to you. Please. Please adjust that volume.
The first point is that Tanzania was often touted as the home of the African lion and had 50% of Africa's lions. That notion, I'm afraid, is no longer the case, if it ever was. By far and above, the majority of lions are now in southern Africa. About half of Africa's lions are now to be found in southern Africa, and that's wild lions. Second point, about carrying capacity, the Ugandan parks in which lions occur at the moment in any numbers, Queen Elizabeth, Murchison, support incredibly high densities of wildlife. And in fact, the wildlife numbers in both are starting to sort of get back to levels that were recorded in the 1970s in terms of numbers of animals or density, whatever how you might like to express it. This means that, for example, Shasha district of Queen Elizabeth would support about 80 lions. The northern sector could support about 200. But it's the density that's important. Those areas could support today, with current prey bases, around about 20 lions, if not more, per 100 square kilometers. This is a very high density of lions. Similarly, in the sort of high density game area in Murchison, there's sufficient prey on the ground at the moment.
Have we lost him?
Okay.
Just a minute, we fix our IT.
Are you okay? Have we lost him?
Hello? He's still online. Go try to speak.
So I don't know how far to go back.
No, not good.
Paul, we have.
The problem is on your side because we can hear Paul online very clearly.
I can hear you well now. Please go ahead.
So I'm going to turn my video off just in case that affects it, but I think it's got to do with audio challenges. Just a few quick points then, because I don't want to take too much time. The amount of prey that is available in Murchison and Queen is extremely high density, and it's approaching upwards of 20 lions per 100 square kilometers, quite easily, with
Oh boy. Paul, we are losing you.
Yeah.
Turn off video and then just stop.
Okay.
Sorry, Paul, we have gotten problems, but I think he's made his important contributions, his important points in terms of the capacity building. I think something that we need to upgrade, to really think carefully about, and in relation to the environment and the problems of the environment that we are having. So that but from the prey point of view, is giving us some good guesses in terms of the numbers. Okay, okay. Caroline, you're online. Please unmute and have your mic.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my.
So we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Proceed.
I'm Caroline Tuangiaga from FCS, and I'm in Shasha, a utilization officer. No. Hello?
Carol, speak.
Can you hear me correctly?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'm appreciative of the effort and most importantly, the composition of the team. I'm very happy that it is multidisciplinary. We have people from the human rights, we have the biologists and the environmentalists. I'm a sociologist by training, by academic qualification, and a conservationist by training. And I'm lucky that FCS gave me an opportunity to learn, to serve, and that's how I get to know much about conservation. I would love to talk about the uncomfortable issues. If we are going to have sustainable conservation, we have to look for a dialogue that is going to talk about uncomfortable issues. And these are the issues this Vasogora representative was talking about. I've served with the communities on implementation, and as long as we don't agree with these communities, all the efforts are going to be fertile. Nothing is going to be fruitful. When I joined as a WCS, we did very good programs. Out of the blue, people killed 6 lions. I've not healed up to date. I felt like resigning.
Carol, we've lost you. We've lost you. Sorry, we're experiencing internet issues. You can type in the chat.
Okay,
Sorry, Carol, the reception is so poor. Let's come back here. Yes, there is somebody at the back. Somebody at the back, there is a hand there at the back.
Speaker is off. Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm called Nsubuga Mustafa. I coordinate the Virunga Lion Program. We run a transboundary program between Queen Elizabeth and Virunga National Park.
Those of you who are familiar with Queen Elizabeth, in the very southern part of Queen Elizabeth, it connects with Virunga National Park. And there we have a very big corridor where we have the different species of wildlife. We have elephants, lions, and buffaloes, and the different prey going across to Virunga and back to Queen Elizabeth. My issue here, I would like to give a comment or a concern on the presentation by UWEC about the proposed lion population recovery and... Sorry?
Proceed.
About the proposed lion population recovery and conservation program or breeding. And here I have my questions or concerns. Within there, when she was presenting, she talked about the different things that we can do. And my concern is they don't seem to be very different from what we are already doing. UWA and other players are already doing a lot in terms of sensitization, anti-poaching, but the lion population keeps going low. I have had an opportunity to monitor the lion population, the different areas in Uganda. Specifically, maybe the Ishasha lions. And the biggest thing or the biggest issue or threat that took or takes the biggest number of lions is mainly poisoning. As we grow or develop, as the country is developing and growing, the human population seems to be increasing at a very high rate. And that comes with a lot of pressure from the increasing population. You have more people that demand things from the park like poaching, firewood collection, and blah, blah. And these, in a way, affect the lion population. When we go down specifically to the Ishasha lions, we have seen the numbers run down from about 30 individuals straight down to 2 individuals. I had the permanent secretary here say somebody briefed the president that there was only 1 lion in Ishasha. My thinking is that even when we do supportive breeding or recovery of lions by, if that is the choice we decide to go for, we shall still want to see lions produce naturally and increase in the system or in the areas where they stay. But if we say we are going to assist breeding, shall we continue breeding every time we have numbers of lions going down, then we run to breed and increase the numbers? I have one other concern or question. If we say, okay, we are breeding lions and taking them down to Ishasha, if that is the trend we are taking, how are we going to make sure that the bred lions will not disappear in DRC and we are not able to see them again? Beyond the border, there is a very huge area in the Virunga National Park, open grassland. So if our bred individuals are taken to Ishasha, for example, and they cross the border, how are we sure that the lions will actually stay within the areas where we want them to stay? Perhaps these are some of the issues that the team that is proposing breeding of lions need to think about. I would highly recommend that we deal with the threats, the current threats that we have. We support the already strategies in place to deal with the current threats on lions. This could be things to do with poisoning, we have already seen that in Southern Africa, the population of lions is recovering and doing very well. Maybe we say, okay, let's increase the fencing in some areas where we have lions and other animals straying out and get poisoned or killed after feeding on cattle. We increase anti-poaching patrols, for example. We enforce our rangers more and give them courage to cover more land and deal with poachers. Some of the things are natural, like infanticide. You will not stop the males from coming from DRC to go through, for example, a pride of lions in Ishasha, for example. But the issue is that the population has become so low that even when something happens naturally, like a buffalo defending itself against a lion and kills a lion, we get so concerned and we're like, oh, the lions are getting finished. Maybe I can just leave it at that. Otherwise, the lions, just a second, the lions have capacity to recover very fast if the conditions are right. It takes only about 105 days for a lion to produce. A gestation of about 105 days. If we have our conditions right, the population of lions can recover very, very quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think you've heard those. I would like to, it's past 1 o'clock, and I really would like to bring this to a very smooth conclusion. So I'm going to give, I can see 3 hands. 1, 2, 3, okay. Those one will speak. But I'd like to encourage our brothers who are online, because of the bad network, I would suggest that you just use the chat. Just send in, because we can still receive your comments so that we can have these included in our proceedings. So I'll start with the Justice Gladys Kamasanyu, and then after that we'll go to that one, and then finally here. Thank you so much. You are Justice. There is one hand up there. Okay, the fourth.
Thank you, moderator. I want to formally introduce myself and tell you the name of my court. My name is Gladys Kamasanyu. I am a chief magistrate. I head the standards, utilities, and wildlife court. It is a chief magistrate's court. It is currently the only specialized wildlife court on the continent where priority for the first time is given to cases involving wildlife. And I'm happy to be working there to head the court, but also to have been involved in establishing it in 2017. I want to thank you for considering the judiciary to be important for this dialogue. Thank you for the invitation. I have worked, and I speak now from my point of view as a judicial officer, judiciary as a whole. I have worked at the Wildlife Court since 2017, and I have interfaced with all sorts of wildlife cases involving any illicit wildlife products, including lions, body parts of lions, fat of lions, and I had the benefit of trying that case that came from Queen, the unfortunate death or killing or slaughter or poisoning of the 6 lions. From my experience, and of course, before I go there, I want to thank the organizers of this dialogue. And for me as a person, I am very, very interested in having interventions that stop killing or taking away of wildlife than us being reactive when things have gone wrong. That's when we swing in action, and all of us want to be seen to be doing some work. Unfortunately, by the time we do that, it is late. Late in the sense that life is taken away from the ecosystem. The animal will have died. The wildlife is gone. And that's not enough, but also the people that are in conflict with the law, their lives are also affected. So if we keep being reactive, it means we are not delivering, especially for sustainable conservation, because we are not saving, preventing the cause of death. We are in a way not understood by even the people that we serve, the people of this country, who many of them see us. All of you know that we are faced with a lot of challenges today. When you go out there and introduce yourself and they say, but this is disappearing. Who has heard that? And you say, you're there. We don't see this, we don't see that, and indeed they are right, because nature is actually affected so much today. Now, from my experience at the court, I have known that we have been reactive so much, in the sense that we act and put pressure when things have already gone wrong. When you incarcerate a man who kills a lion, like in that unfortunate case where those two poor men had to go in for 10 years because the law says so, and anyway, you did it, it's horrible, it's bad, and all that. You want to think about their families that they live back home. Think about the community at large. Think about this country, the burden we now pass over to the country. When you withdraw two fathers from our communities, we all know what it means for a man in Uganda in a rural setup. They are living there perhaps about 20 dependents, more than 10 children of their own and other relatives unattended to, and they are still living with the same wildlife, the same lions. And we, instead increasing the problem, that we may be able, as we think we are doing, we are offering a solution, we could be creating a bigger solution. You're going to raise more poachers, more people who are going to be threats to the same animals that we're talking about. The children won't have a chance to go to school, they won't have food, they won't have anywhere to turn to, and other dependents, they will turn to the same wildlife around them. From my experience, I have seen that the people we are dealing with, especially the criminal justice system, are usually the poor. Our people, the rural people, the true keepers of the lions, of wildlife, are the ones that we have in the court system. They're the ones who are serving punishments for wildlife crime. They are the ones in prisons. And yet they are the ones supposed to keep wildlife safe. Because as we all know, most of our wildlife actually lives with the people. So there is a problem. As we're thinking about how to increase the population, how to conserve better, we should think about the people, the true keepers of lions that we are talking about today. Do they understand what we are doing? Do they know it? Do they know its benefits? Do they a benefit from it? Do they see the benefit? Can they join us? All of us leave the lions there with them. We come to our homes and sleep. They're the ones who shoulder all these burdens. When things go wrong, unfortunately, they're the ones in trouble, and therefore they pay more for crime related to wildlife. They pay more very heavily, which also costs this country. Going to IWT alone as one of the causes of the problem we are looking at, still, we find that there is high involvement of the same people in IWT. If, for example, if I talked about the unfortunate case of the 6 lions, those of you who are involved and those who followed up know that these poor men were only promised, I think what I heard in court was about 700,000 to risk their lives, get into the park at night. At night. That was a lot of risking, but there's so much behind it. Yeah, ordinary 700,000 Uganda shillings or whatever amount of money would not really be good enough to push a man or a woman to a mating ground of lions at night. So the problem is bigger. They're the ones who are involved in IWT. They are used to go and pick the animals, their body parts to kill. In this case, they were told to pick the claws, the fat from the lion, the heads. Imagine slicing the lion and you have to carry the head, and you know how scary that could be. But also, so we should think beyond that and think of how we can integrate communities in anything that we are thinking about today. If we increase the population of lions to whatever, actually thinking of increasing, because it can't just increase. If we start thinking of increasing populations of lions, we should not think about it in isolation of the people that actually keep the lions, those who live with them, the true keepers of lions. And perhaps to add a little thing is the fact that there's need for capacity building among all of us who are key stakeholders in this work that we do. Let us stand together and see how to build capacity of one another. If you're able to help, that we work together, that we don't have one part functioning, another part not functioning. That will not help us. So we play as a team, play our role, because we all have a role to play. I keep telling myself that when I live here, when I leave the wildlife court, when I am no longer alive, people should not say only what I didn't do, but they should be able to talk about the good work I have done, then what I have done to make things better here during my time. So I just call upon all of us to basically stand up and allow to be counted and be remembered as those who did their part during their time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those kind words, good guidance, important challenges to our wildlife institutions. I think we are trying to wind up for this before we go for lunch. So we're going to have, in brief, 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to everyone who made this meeting possible today. My name is Thomas Price. I'm the owner of CTC Conservation Center located in Butambala. I will keep this very, very short, so I'll just give a teeny little background so that you can understand where my submissions are coming from. CTC is a privately owned conservation center. We were licensed several years ago, and we've imported 4 lions from South Africa in 2020. They became mature in 2022, and those 4 lions have become 26 lions within the last 2 years due to captive breeding. So captive breeding definitely is a possibility. In fact, 10% of all of Uganda's lions currently live in Butambala, which is a very ironic fact. What I would like to, however, say, though we are on the side of captive breeding, currently, I personally believe captive breeding for reintroduction makes no sense. Reason being is, it's the same like if you hold a water bottle, the water being the lions, the bottle being the national park. As long as this water bottle is leaking water, there's no point in adding water. You have to fix the leakage first, which is the underlying cause of the decline, and then, and only then, one can consider fixing the population. What I would like to note, however, and this touches on the genetics, according to your chart, the only population in Uganda, the only lion population in Uganda, which might be slightly genetically different is the one in Kidepo, which would belong to the Central African cluster, according to the graph. So my recommendation would be, if it were for genetic analysis, to do that one in Kidepo as fast as possible. According to the chart, the population is between 3 lions and 25 lions in Kidepo. So I would say it's like 10 seconds before midnight for that population. Scientifically, they're already non-viable. A population below 50 animals is genetically not viable anymore. So if one were to leave them alone, they would probably die out no matter what. So they definitely need the support if that population shows or turns out to be genetically different. Concerning the general outlook, I believe the most important factor should be the involvement of local communities. If one doesn't have the local communities on board, the lion population is doomed. There's no way one will secure them. So involvement of the local communities should be one of the main priorities. We have 26 lions right now in Butambala, and there's nobody in the community which has anything against the project. One would imagine that neighbors would be crying foul over the lions being there, being a threat to them. But in fact, as long as the community is involved and benefits, they can be very supportive in projects like this. And with that said, I think we also should make sure that we don't reinvent the wheel as different agencies involved in this. Like, you find one agency is looking for money to breed lions. We're actually spending money this month to sterilize 8 of our female lions because we have too many. So we're spending money to stop ours from breeding, while others are looking for money to make more lions. And that is ironic. And I think we should really try to see where we can work together as different agencies, private sector as well as government, to really make sure we can solve this problem together for the betterment of Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There was a hand at the back. Where did it go? Oh, there. Yeah, Edith.
Thank you so much. I'm Edith. So my comments go to the UWEC in relation to UWEC proposal. Towards the end, there was a list of a number of benefits that will come out of this intervention: economic, through tourism, revenue generation, increasing GDP, and of course the conservation benefits. I think for a presentation like this, my expectation was that we would have loved to see the real tangible benefits. If we talk about economics, if you talk about increasing the GDP, what would this project bring in terms of the real revenue to the economy vis-a-vis other interventions? Of course, the conservation benefits are not questionable. Those are there. But the other drivers that are affecting lion conservation, of course, people want income. So it would really be interesting to see the economic benefits out of that, because what we've been seeing out in the media, especially from our politician in support of this project, what was being fronted was not even the conservation benefits, but the money. So I think I would have loved to see that really come out so that we know both the economic viability, the conservation viability, and then of course the other benefits that come with this project. The other comment is on the time frame. The project, I think Dr. Mbaba said you are looking at 5 years. So within 5 years, what are the tangible results out of this? Is that sufficient time given the magnitude of the issue we are dealing with? I think we should be talking about the long-term conservation and management and recovery of the lion populations in numbers. And as a simple scientist, I'm not sure 5 years is sufficient enough to give us sustainable results. The other issue, of course, talking from an animal welfare perspective, many conservation programs down the road, they get enticed to go into some of the other businesses like petting and all sorts of interactions, which at the end of the day can have impact on our image as a country in terms, because Uganda is known as a highly recognized tourist destination. Do we want to be known as that country that promotes some forms of tourism that are globally being criticized? So I think as we package this project, let's learn from experiences from elsewhere, where some of those projects have been done and perhaps they have not yielded the intended results. For me, for now, those are my few sort of comments and some sort of caution that yes, we are all concerned, we want population numbers to grow, but how we grow them is very, very important. And maybe lastly, what also should come out clearly as you further develop this proposal or project is, are there lessons learned from elsewhere that are informing this and we are building on them even to do it better? I think that will also be an area that needs to be looked into. Thanks so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think you will not have any excuse, David. These are very, very pertinent issues from across different disciplines and very, very well put and candidly put. And lastly, then we'll give a chance to panelists to wrap up. I hope you are making your notes and you're ready to go. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Patrick Elolu. I work with NEMA Uganda under the National Biodiversity Project. And I want to thank the organizers, WEC, WSC, who are the Ministry of Tourism. You're all partners since you're implementing the National Biodiversity Action Plan under the CBD. And while I was on my way for this very important meeting, what really impressed me so much was a presentation on the strategy for conserving wildlife. As you all are aware that human-wildlife conflict, a very big problem to all our wildlife conservation areas in Uganda. Fortunately, I've been to all the areas. But in the strategy, I was keen to hear a simple analysis or a summary in terms of the human-wild conflict. What am I saying here? I expected a summary of how many conflicts we are looking at conserving lions, recovering lions in those protected areas. How many conflicts, what are the nature of conflicts in those protected areas that we expect lions to be still evident. What has been done, I'm happy my friends from the Basongora and the Justice Lady mentioned something on this. So I expected in the strategy to be clear. how many conflict or wildlife management committees are being set, how many wildlife management, conflict management plans are being set or proposed in those wildlife conservation areas. Thank you so much, and over to you.
I'm so glad the quality of the contribution is really, really, really good. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you. Now, remember we have to go for lunch, isn't it? So, but we can still tolerate the hunger if you keep us alive. Please, go on, Atimunedi. I can see you are ready.
And it's good that I'm sitting in between two gentlemen. This one develops the policies for wildlife. This one does population recovery and management. I do enforcement. And so over time, what we've done is to restructure the law enforcement program at the authority from the traditional law enforcement where people go on patrols and do arrests and so on and so on, to various units. And so we still have the traditional law enforcement team. We also have the intelligence team, and then the prosecution, and the canine unit that helps, to track and allow, arrests and confiscations and so on, especially for contraband. Now, this comes with this, then we need the workforce in place. So we've grown the numbers over time. Recently, we did pass out 850 personnel in law enforcement. The number of our law enforcement staff now stands at 2,000, and there is big. So somebody was talking about patrol coverage and patrol efforts in the audience. So this can only happen when you grow the numbers. And growing the numbers means you also build capacity in several disciplines, in the intelligence, crime, scene management, and so on. All that is going on. But of course, the welfare is key. There's an animal welfare it is there, but also for these people to be effective in doing their work, their welfare needs to be guaranteed as well. So there are the aspects of the tools they need to use in terms of their uniforms and whatever it is, but the foods and fairly adequate remuneration and so on have all been done. But as we know, wildlife crime is quite sophisticated and it has the transnational dimensions. So technology becomes very critical in this aspect of it. And UWA law enforcement has taken up that. So apparently all our protected areas now have drones for aerial surveillance, and that informs the kind of deployment. But of course also the intelligence-led deployment is the strategy we use now, other than just doing coverage for the sake. But you must have a pointer, a hit somewhere. And so that is proving to be quite effective. We have very good reports from Shasha and other places. But more recently, we've established the Joint Operation Command Center in 2 locations. That is Queen Elizabeth, Murchison Falls, and Depot. This has made it easy for coordinated deployments, so that you get real-time information and you deploy accordingly. Even the monitoring efforts, those animals will efforts. So there are collaborations in law enforcement we have with DRC, Kenya, and Rwanda, and the other belt, but we are also a member of the LATIF, and that is basically law enforcement efforts. But recently, we have also joined the Horn of Africa Wildlife Enforcement Network, and all these are efforts supposed to enhance our law enforcement operations locally, but also regionally. And there is a very interesting question here that I'm discussing on the enhancement of protection of wildlife. How about the human being who is guaranteeing their protection? I think this is both ways because when we do the protection of wildlife, in effect, we are trying to address also the issue of human-wildlife conflict. But there are also other aspects to this, where you have all the components of the community conservation as outlined in the strategic program on this.
Can we give the current speaker a mic? A mic, we can't hear him.
You hear me now? Hello? Do I stand there?
Connected to command center. Put off this other one.
Do you hear me now? Hello, online participants? Okay, where would you want me to begin from? Okay, so straight to the questions. There is a question here about protection of humans, because from the program here, you see that all these efforts I'm talking about is to protect wildlife. We are protecting the wildlife from humans, but there are also other efforts, especially through community conservation programs, as highlighted as a strategic program in the large carnivore strategy and action plan. And part of this also involve very tangible livelihood options. I am one of the persons who agree a lot with the communities that we shouldn't be giving lip service and singing obvious songs, that there's this percentage, that percentage. Is that impactful? Is the 20% revenue sharing impactful on the affected communities? Can't we innovate and think and change strategy so that you have people deriving tangible benefits from wildlife and therefore they can protect it? If you go to Ngorongoro here, a Maasai would not mind if a lion picks his calf, because there are all this support being given by the Ngorongoro Conservation Area Authority, vaccination of wildlife, of their livestock, scholarships, ambulatory clinics, everything else is being done, dipping and so on and so on. So the loss of one animal to a lion compared to how much you would invest to dip your animals, to treat your animals, to take your children to school. I mean, the benefits they derive outweigh the loss of one or two animals. And these things do not happen every single day. So we need to get to that level so that our communities are comfortable enough. And that is when the message of coexistence can be preached. Quite a number of these went to several other people. And I would want to stop here for now and give opportunity to my colleagues. If there's some specific thing I have not addressed, I know some of them went to Agri, so we are happy to address that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think a lot of interest was listed. I'll just touch on a few. I would start by saying that sexual reproduction is very expensive in all its avenues. For example, in a single ejaculation for a man, they can produce maybe 2 or so many millions. But how many of those are used for fertilization, only one. So why produce all the others when you lose them? When it comes to gametogenesis, before even sperms are produced, again, a lot is lost. Why not just get one? Because you need it. When it comes to courtship, we know the reproductive behavior of many animals. They spend a lot of energy. Now, every organism would want to pass over their genes. In primates, we have seen one female, because then she wants to protect her child because of infanticide, then they would want to have a sexual activity with male A, male B, male C. So that in the end, every male will think, okay, I think that's my child, so I'll not kill that child. So the three who had a go to the female, they all think that that is their child. So they will be able to protect that child as a survival strategy. Again, this is about expensiveness of sexual reproduction. And in the end, survival of the fittest comes in. I go to why Ludwig mentioned the stress. It goes to the reproductive biology. Having had that history of reproduction is expensive. What is the reproductive biology of lions? Do we have those who are competitive, those who are not competitive? And you can get pointers from different aspects. The hormone levels, the looking into the genes, looking into the selection, looking into all that. So that would be very interesting, and I'm happy it was brought about. If you have got multicolored beans and you put them in a bottle or in a funnel and you let the first 4 go through, chances that you'll get all of them colored, same color of 4, or you'll get different colors but 4 beans, but you had several colors up there. So what this has brought about with these 4 beans that you pass through the funnel, the neck of the funnel, is a population bottleneck. So what happens if populations have gone through a population bottleneck and you let them reproduce? You might have genetic drift, you might have inbreeding, you might have so many things which come up. That's where you as stakeholders and also CTC as stakeholders, they would want to know, we got these lions and we passed them through a potential bottleneck. What level of genetic drift do we have? What is the genetic viability of these populations? How can we, whom do we select to breed with who? All those kind of things. And different scientific approaches can help to breed, to conserve, to manage whatever species of wildlife that you're thinking about, carnivores, and in this case, lions. So I think I just wanted to throw some light on those, and I'm happy to have, my team is happy to have discussions with like-minded people. I mean, remember the 2 things I said. If you cannot count it, then it doesn't count. And you see I'm holding this microphone. I'm not using the thumb, I'm not using the last finger. I'm using all the 5 fingers. So we are stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you. As I passed the mic, there was a question about somebody released from court in Kasese and immediately rearrested on the same count. I think it came from this side. I wish the chief magistrate was here. But I think it is normal in courts that you can be acquitted of one charge, but that may not be the only charge. And so you can easily be rearrested within the precincts of court and arraigned back in court to answer other charges. I wish the case was clearly explained so that we would know why this person was rearrested. Thank you.
Thank you, my fellow panelists. Speaking last, I'm standing between you and your lunch, so I'll be as brief as possible. I want to first assure the stakeholders that on the side of the ministry, who are the conveners of this dialogue, we've taken note of your submissions, especially those contributions that are aimed at improving both the large carnivore action plan as well as the lion population recovery and conservation program. So we are taking note of this, and as I had earlier presented in the objectives of this dialogue, we hope to come up with a roadmap on what to do next. So this is just the beginning of the engagement with you people, and we'll be able to share the outcome of this dialogue, and this will inform our next steps. So for those specific contributions or submissions that we may not respond to, we've taken note, and they will inform the way forward. I want to respond to specific questions which were raised by my brother Kajura from Kasese, my neighbor. The issue of gazettement of protected areas having taken away land that belongs to certain communities is recognized by government. And that's why in the Uganda Wildlife Act of 2019, it recognizes the rights, the historical rights of some of these communities, those rights that existed before the gazettement. So government appreciates that fact, and we are alive to that. The issue of benefit sharing from conservation not being fair, Dr. Timnedi has alluded to it. Yes, we are aware, but we also have to be cognizant of the fact that there are other competing uses of these resources. And the 20%, whereas it might not be enough, at least it's a starting point. And this being a policy and a law issue, we follow what the parliament has given to us to implement. At the moment, it's 20%, but through your representatives in parliament, it can be pushed to a percentage that is higher than that, and for us, we shall implement what the parliament will give to us. On the issue of sport hunting, trying sport hunting, for example, in Queen Elizabeth, the government policy is that sport hunting takes place outside protected areas. And this is mainly to increase the benefits that these people who accommodate wildlife on their private land or communal land get from the wildlife, because we know that there is not much tourism that can take place there, so they don't benefit from the 20%. So sport hunting can only take place outside a protected area, and it may not be feasible for a place like Queen Elizabeth. There's an issue that was raised on enclaves, that there is a rumor that government wants to do away with these enclaves. This is not true. These enclaves were gazetted by law, and they are gazetted as sanctuaries. It's because of these enclaves that Queen Elizabeth, for example, is called a Man and Biosphere Reserve. So if we removed the enclaves, then it would lose that status. What we need to do is to regulate the activities that take place here. When these enclaves were being created or gazetted, they were thought to be fishing villages where people would come, fish, and go back. But we've over time learned that these have become permanent settlements. The activities have expanded, the numbers have expanded, and so the pressure on the protected area has increased. So what we need to think together as stakeholders is how can we regulate the activities in these enclaves, which were originally fishing villages. to make sure that they are not in conflict with wildlife conservation. So with these comments, I want to, on behalf of the ministry and the panel here, thank you for your enthusiasm, and we look forward to the recovered lion populations through your input. Thank you.
I'm sorry I have to cap it here, but we have an afternoon session, sir. Please forgive me, it is coming to 2, lunch is getting cold, and we have got some other presentations in the afternoon. It has really been so wonderful. I really thank you for the very, very, very constructive contribution you made. I thank the people who are online for your interest and hanging in there. And let's have break off for lunch now, and we come back at 2. It's already coming to 2, isn't it? So should we be back here at 2:30? Yeah? Huh? Okay. 2:45, let's come back here. I gave this more time because the discussions were very, very constructive and interesting. So please forgive me for not being an ardent timekeeper. Thank you, our panelists. Let's give them a hand clap for the job well done. Thank you. And I was very, very interested by the molecular conservation biology.
Excuse me, I think you all have vouchers or coupons. If you can walk up to the restaurant.